Notices have been posted and the court is duly called. Is there a motion to open court?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Bailiff will please open court.
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the April 2022 term. The Honorable Clay Lewis Jenkins presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
And our invocator is a guest of Commissioner Daniel and a good friend of mine.
Yes, and a good friend of us all. Thank you so much, and please welcome Reverend Dr. George A. Mason, who has been a senior pastor at Wilshire Baptist Church since August 1989. He combines the prophetic and pastoral voices within and beyond the church, serving in leadership roles with the Cooperative Baptist Fellowship Southwestern Perkins School of Theology, the Faith Forward Dallas at Thanksgiving Square, and other local and global ecumenical and interfaith endeavors. He is also the founder and president of Faith Commons, an interfaith, multi-ethnic nonprofit organization committed to promoting the common good from a faith perspective. George is the host of Good God, an audio and video podcast produced by Faith Commons. He is a frequent co-ed contributor to the Dallas Morning News on subjects of public interest that intersect religion, such as public education, race relations, and predatory lending. For more than 25 years, he has written a monthly column on public theology for the Lakewood, Eastwood, and Lake Highlands editions of the community news magazine, The Advocate. At Wilshire, George started and directs a pastoral residency program that has become a model for other congregations nationwide since 2002. His book, Preparing the Pastors We Need, Reclaiming the Congregation's Role in Training Clergy, was published in 2012 by Alden Press. One of his passions is encouraging those whom God has called into vocational ministry. And we welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Let us pray. Our merciful and generous God, we give you thanks for the abundance that we enjoy in this community, including these dedicated public servants, our commissioners. We ask that you bless them, that you give them strength in their inner being to meet the challenges of this day and every day. We thank you for the way they seek to represent all in our community and to promote justice and equity in a way that is in keeping with your dream for the world. We pray that this day they will find the wisdom necessary to make good decisions, that you will give them moral courage when needed and grace with one another, and that they will feel our prayers and support. We thank you for the privileges of this day and all the blessings we share. Amen.
Amen, and thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you might as well stay there because the next resolution is about you. Commissioner Daniel already.
I go
She's got 3 before you.
Oh, I've got on the script that he's next.
No.
All right, well, go ahead, Dr. Garcia.
Okay.
But out of respect to him, that was too.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Josh. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. The first resolution is for pet partners. Representing pet partners today is Sharon Alexander, Harvey Schwartz, his wife Carol, and of course we can see Miss Sabaka. So I'm going to ask them to come forward to the podium. Miss Sabaka wants to come, obviously. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas National Therapy Animal Day is celebrated every year on April 30th. It was created by pet partners to recognize all of the exceptional therapy animals who partner with their human companions to bring comfort and healing. And whereas pet partners therapy animal teams play an essential role in improving human health and well-being through the human-animal bond. There are thousands of pet partners therapy animals teams serving in communities across the United States. And whereas pet partners therapy animal teams interact with a variety of people in the community, including veterans, seniors, patients, students facing literacy challenges, and those approaching end of life. They make millions of visits per year in settings such as hospitals, nursing homes, schools, and hospice. And whereas the goal of National Therapy Animal Day is to recognize and honor therapy animals, raise awareness, educate the public about the role that therapy animals play in enhancing the health and well-being of humans, and to honor the thousands of dedicated handlers, the human members of therapy animal teams who volunteer their time and compassion during visits. And whereas you can join the efforts of PER partners by suggesting a good news story about National Therapy Animal Day and how therapy animals are making your community a healthier and happier place. Show your support on social media on April 30 by sharing your special Pet Partners post and by posting your own photos and stories with your favorite therapy animals using hashtag Pet Partner and hashtag National Therapy Animal Day. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby declare the 30th day of April as National Animal Therapy Day and commends Pet Partners for their advocacy and commitment to provide a better quality of life for those in need in Dallas County. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Sharon?
Yes, my name is Sharon Alexander, and I am an evaluator and a coordinator for Pet Partners. And I wish to thank Honorable Judge Jenkins and the Commissioners Court for this very great honor for us. And I would like to introduce one of our teams. This is Harvey Schwartz and his dog Zabaka. And Harvey does an immense amount of work. He's an integral part of our evaluation team. And he also donates his time and effort to multiple stress-related events in the community at the current time, as well as he participates in a Read With Me program at one of the Carrollton schools. So he's only one of a very fine example of hundreds of people and teams in this area for Dallas County. So we thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you. And you want a picture with Carol and Mr. Harvey and Sabaka? You know, I want to say that during the vaccination clinics, we have therapy animals in a lot of them, and I personally was in one of them where you know, a young kid was crying, and you know, I'm scared of being vaccinated, and they brought the therapy animal, and you know, he came down and he said, "Okay, mommy, I get this shot." I was like, okay. So that's one of my stories. Thank you for being here. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you for adding this piece to therapy.
And Sabaka does really
Thank you all.
good.
Great job.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, my next resolution, you know, is a special resolution. Just, you know, as we're getting out of this pandemic, we know what an important role healthcare workers had in the last 2 years. And I'm very honored and very proud to present the next resolution to a group of people that, you know, I admire and respect for the dedication in our Dallas County community. And I'm going to read their names, and they can come forward to the podium as well. Their names are Dr. Denise Hernandez, DFW CHW Association Executive Director, Mona Elshenway, Health Equity Program Manager, CDC Foundation and DFW-CH Board Member, THERESA Ustanik, DFW-CHW Board Member, Carla Alvarado, CHW Supervisor, Baylor Scott and White, Carlene King, Cancer Care Services, DFW-CHW Board Member, Tamiko Jones, DFW-CHW Board Member, Holocaust Museum, and Noel Chalin, I hope I didn't destroy your name, Noel, DFW-CHW intern. And I will ask them to come forward to the podium as I read the resolution that reads as follows. Whereas Community Health Workers CHW Week will be observed April 26th to the 30th of this year, DFW-CHW Association recognizes this week as a joint effort with the state of Texas, which has declared April 16 as Texas CHW Day, and whereas the DFW-CHW Association's mission is to strengthen the community health workforce through professional development, education, networking, and community outreach. Whereas Texas was the first state to formally recognize community healthcare workers as members of the public health workforce through the passing of House Bill 1864, and is one of the few states that offers a statewide community health worker certification. And whereas in Dallas County, Community Health Workers Week recognizes their passion and dedication to improve community health and celebrates the legacy of community health workers in their community partnerships, working to improve the health of the most vulnerable community members. And whereas leadership from health workers, along with leadership from state, city, county, and local health officials, are key to their sustainability and integration. And whereas community health workers play a role in advancing health equity, increasing access to care, and reducing health disparities. And whereas improving the health of populations requires sustainable, multi-sector collaborations between healthcare workers, public and private agencies, and their community stakeholders. And whereas more than 4,000 Texas community health workers and community health worker instructors serve a vital role in improving the health of their communities through community outreach and health education. And whereas the thousands of community health workers in Dallas County work tirelessly to meet the health needs of the most vulnerable populations in our community. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby declares the week of April 26 to the 30th of 2022 as Community Health Workers Week in Dallas County, and further appreciates and commends every community health worker for their outstanding and dedicated service to provide a better quality of life to those in need. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Doctor?
Good morning. My name is Denise Hernandez. I currently have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of the Dallas-Fort Worth Community Health Worker Association, and I gratefully accept this resolution on behalf of the community health workforce. In 2001, as mentioned, Texas was the first state to pass legislation creating a statewide certification and program for community health workers. To date, across the state, we have over 4,000 community health workers. We are fortunate in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex to have one of the largest concentrations of community health workers in the state. For many years, those of us who work in community have known the value and the impact of community health workers. However, it was during the pandemic, when the already vulnerable populations were disproportionately impacted by infections and death rates, that more people became aware of the need to collaborate with community health workers. They are the fiercest advocates of the community, and so receiving this resolution that recognizes their selfless work is so important to local CHWs. Our goals at the association include to increase the recognition of community health workers, as well as to advocate for the inclusion of CHWs with employers, with funders, with legislators, and this resolution really helps us get closer to our goal. So I'd also like to thank, I'd also like to add that community health workers are now recognized nationally and across the state as vital members of the public health workforce. But very few places have a whole week dedicated to honoring their work. So this is very special to community health workers. So on behalf of all CHWs in Dallas County, we thank you.
Dr. Garcia, if you will, let me, and I'm instructing staff, I've sent Parkland more than once. First of all, it's time for our update on CHNA. You need that. Number two, I've asked them, what is their baseline for community health workers? They can't seem to give it to me. I know what it was when we began to talk about it. What have they appropriated? How much money have they appropriated? You know, CHWs primarily impact poor communities. You know, I'm sorry, North Dallas is not looking for 1 million CHWs. You're talking about people being deployed and going in to communities that are impacted. The same CDC zip codes. And so it's time for Parkland to come forward. I sent them an email. I said, look, what was your appropriation? So they need to come tell the court. Where are they on CHNA? Where are they on CHWs? You know, did they appropriate more this term than they did last cycle? I mean, we need to know what that utilization is, and then the cost, you know, per unit, because they're more cost effective, and they are penetrating a veil. Because I know we keep talking about this broadband, which is a couple of $100 million off, in same impacted communities. They're using CHWs. Right. And what bothers me, they keep talking about kiosks and how they're going to get to them. It's CHWs that are going to have to do the footwork. Right. And so I think the court is, first of all, is entitled to see it, and then we need to ask some very specific questions regarding this particular appropriation. Where did they start at? Where are they now? Do they budget more next year? What? So thank you for bringing Dr. Garcia. I'd already hit them, and they can't seem to give me any real baseline numbers. So the court is entitled.
We'll have a presentation at before the summer break.
With that being said, I mean, we love the work that you all do. I mean, we couldn't do it without you, and we appreciate you, and congratulations on the recognition. The challenge continues, but as you can see, this court is committed, you know, to be sure that you are recognized, you are well paid, and more importantly, that you continue to do what you do best, serving the community's need. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank
Do you
you.
want a picture with us?
Before we move,
And then
before
the
we
record-
move to that, could I
Oh,
just say
I'm sorry.
something too?
Sorry, Commissioner.
And that I just so appreciate a group that has been there. It seems like in the last 5-10 years that there has been a real movement for service organizations, healthcare organizations to move away from like the mothership and go out into the community in order to go to where the patients, the clients are. Well, you guys were there ahead of time, and in forging those connections, those linkages. And so I most definitely want to say, you know, thank you and appreciate the work that you do. Recognizing also what Commissioner Price said, obviously we are not done yet. There's a lot of work yet to do, but you have a knowledge of community and communication and how to get some of those services linked together. And so I just want to say thank you very much for all you do, day in, day out, year in, year out. And I know that it's a special week. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And Ms. Torres will send you all the pictures to Pet Partners as well. And my last resolution is the day for the construction worker, which is May the 3rd, and it will be given at a later date, but the resolution reads as follows. Whereas there are over 35,000 Hispanic-owned businesses in Dallas County, which 26% are construction-related companies. The construction workers are skilled craft laborers, helpers, and apprentices, which the construction workforce and whereas construction workers build our houses, apartments, factories, offices, schools, roads, and bridges. The success of these projects will never be fulfilled without the construction workers and all of their sacrifices. They are valued and integral contributors to improving the economic conditions and the current wave of growth and expansion across Dallas County and North Texas. And whereas most construction workers have full-time jobs and many work over 45 hours a week, they often work evenings, weekends, and holidays to finish a job, take care of an emergency, or work outdoors where they must contend with the weather like rain, snow, wind, and Texas heat. Construction workers are constantly at risk of injury at the job site. And whereas, according to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, with the United States Department of Labor, 5,250 workers died on the job in 2018, 3.5 per 100,000 full-time equivalent workers. On an average, more than 100 a week, or more than 14 deaths every day. And whereas, of 4,779 worker fatalities in the private industry in calendar 2018, 1,008, or 21%, were in construction. That is, 1 in 5 worker deaths last year were in construction. The leading causes of private sector work deaths, excluding highway collisions, is the construction industry, where falls followed by struck by an object, electrocution, and caught in between. Whereas, for more than 4 decades, OSHA and state partners, coupled with the efforts of employers, safety and health professionals, unions, and advocates, have had a dramatic effect on workforce safety. Worker deaths in America are down on the average from about 38 worker deaths a day in 1970 to 14 in 2017. However, worker injuries and illnesses are down from 10 per 100 workers in 1972 to 2.8 in 2017. And whereas the regional Hispanic Contractors Associations work to improve the lives and safety of construction workers, they promote and support advancement and economic growth by developing programs and facilitating the resources needed to help Latino contractors reach their potential. And whereas this year we joined the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association for the Day of the Construction Worker, El Día del Trabajador, which will be celebrated on April 30 to honor all the construction workers who have lost their lives, suffered injuries, and toiled to build our great city, county, state, and nation, as well as to recognize and appreciate all the construction workers who day and night contribute to the beauty and growth of Dallas County and their hard work, time, and skills. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby declare the 30th of April 2022 as the Day of the Construction Worker in Dallas County, El Día del Trabajador en el Condado de Dallas, and commends the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association for their advocacy and commitment to provide a better work environment and quality services for the residents of Dallas County, and I so move.
I'll support you. Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
I think the next resolution is from Commissioner Daniels.
Commissioner Daniels' resolution.
And,
Pastor Mason.
The Reverend Mason, if you will come forward, please. And whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court takes special notice when an individual has given long and faithful public and community service. Reverend George Mason has been a senior pastor of Wilshire Baptist Church since August 1989, known as a bridge builder who sought to heal divisions and bring people together for the common good. Reverend Mason is the longest-serving pastor in the church's 70-year history. Reverend Mason is a nationally recognized religious leader serving the Cooperative Baptist Fellowship, Fellowship Southwest, Pastors for Texas Children, and Faith Forward Dallas at Thanksgiving Square. He is the lead advisor for the Baptist House of Studies at Perkins School of Theology at SMU. And whereas, in an effort to reach more members, Reverend Mason writes a monthly column on public theology for the Lakewood, East Dallas, and Lake Highlands editions of the community news magazine, The Advocate. His sermons have been the highest-rated program on the Sunday morning worship lineup on WRR Radio in Dallas for many years. And whereas he is also the founder and president of Faith Commons, a multi-ethnic, multi-faith organization committed to bringing faith to life by promoting the common good. As part of his work with Faith Commons, he hosts an audio and video podcast, Good God, Conversations That Matter About Faith and Public Life. And whereas in 2016, Mason's vote to affirm LGBTQ members of the church resulted in Wilshire split with the Baptist General Convention of Texas, despite the church's 65-year history with the organization. In 2000, under his leadership, the church also split with the Southern Baptist Convention. As a result, Mason helped found a group of more moderate and inclusive churches known as the Cooperative Baptist Fellowship. During Mason's tenure, he began the ordination of women and divorced people as deacons and offered full church membership to people who were baptized in other Christian traditions. And whereas a native of New York City, Reverend Mason has been married to Kim since 1979. They have 3 children and 6 grandchildren. Reverend Mason earned a Bachelor of Business Administration degree in 1978 from the University of Miami in Florida, where he was a quarterback on the football team. He holds both the Master's of Divinity and a Doctorate of Philosophy degrees from Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary in Fort Worth. His doctoral field of study was systematic theology with a minor in philosophy of religion. And whereas he will preach his last sermon at Wilshire Baptist on May 1st and will remain in the role of senior pastor until August 31st, 2022, having paved the way for new leadership through the clergy apprenticeship program called Pathways to Ministry. We and Dallas County will be lesser without his voice at the pulpit at Wilshire Baptist, but greater for the work he has done and will continue to do. Now therefore be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and honor Senior Pastor Reverend George Mason for a lifetime of accomplishments and faithful service to community, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Would you like to say a few words? Would you like to say a few
Pastor,
words?
yeah, please. And while you're coming, you know, the linchpin of your career will be you speak truth to power. And while we've heard a lot about critical race theory, you have been part of critical race theology. And I just want to thank you on behalf of a community that somehow yearns for those individuals who are more privileged to speak to the issues that confront us. And I thank you for your courage.
Well, I'm overwhelmed by your generosity of your words and certainly this gesture as well. It's been an honor to serve in this community and to serve with you in various ways. I have interacted with most of you across the years about certain things. One of the most, I think, celebrated moments was, of course, during the Ebola crisis, when Judge Jenkins and I especially were deeply involved with Louise Troh and her family and the near hysteria that was breaking out in our community, and we were able, through all of the partnerships, beautifully working together with government and religious community and whatnot, to I think, quell some of the anxiety and to allow peace to prevail in the midst of that time. And we, of course, have had some tremendous racial strife and conflict that Judge Price mentioned as well. And we're working hard to try to bridge those gaps still. And just because I'm not in the pulpit doesn't mean I won't be hard at work still in these relationships, including with my partner, Rabbi Nancy Kasten, here from Faith Commons, and our friend and colleague, Imam Omar Solomon. We'll be working together. And so I thank you for the privilege of the open hand and open heart to me and to our community. And I can assure you that we'll continue to be active in support of what is good and right for the broad prosperity and full equity that we seek together as a community. So thank you very, very much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
One last little note, too, is that in my experience of having watched you for 40, 45 years and been a part of so many times when you said yes to the community, that your church, your facilities were the place where pit count started and, went out and counted homeless people. And just that is an example of saying yes to the important aspects of what it means to be a community working together. And the inclusivity of it was just overwhelming at every step of the way.
Thank you.
So it'll be appreciated. I'm looking forward to see how what are those next steps that you will be taking.
And George, for those who weren't here, I know that all the commissioners were here, but, what I remember about Ebola and you, I remember so many things, but people saw Eric Duncan, Louise Tro, Timothy Carsey, the children as lepers, as others. Some saw them as criminals. I remember pressure on our district attorney to prosecute Mr. Duncan for having the audacity to come here and then get sick. He wasn't symptomatic when he got on a plane, but that's the way Ebola works, is you get sick, but you don't know you're sick for 14 days or so. I remember meeting with you in your office and praying with you that first time and being struck by the fact that you didn't see lepers and others and problems. You just saw members of your church that needed help, needed love. I remember the morning when I got the call that Mr. Duncan had died and you were working out. We grabbed a Bible from my office and went to see Louise and the children. I remember the fear that Timothy had that he would get Ebola and die, and the rules that we had from the CDC that we could not touch the children. And just the humanity and the kindness that you showed in praying with that family. I'm struck by your decency and by your service of your God through serving others. Proud to call you my friend. I look forward to participating on May 1st. It's going to be my first time back in an indoor large church gathering. I'm looking forward to it.
Wonderful.
And I also recall the fear that people had with regards to where you were going to place them residentially in the community. And a guy by the name of Zach Thompson and I came along and was in our district.
Right.
And they were housed. As you said, we tried to give the young people a comfort level, that everything was going to be okay. But more than that, I think the judge kind of hit it on the head, is that we had to demonstrate the same thing I just said about you, courage, that we were not afraid that somehow that these individuals were going to somehow impact the community in ways that none of us could have imagined. It's interesting, this recent pandemic, we've been through this before. We saw this, and at that time, it was just that family and a few nurses at the hospital, and that was it. But the fear was as much a fever pitch as any. And you demonstrated courage, and I just want to say thank you as well.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did we want to take a photo with
We're taking a picture, George.
Yeah.
If you want to, Pastor. If you don't want to, we totally understand. If you don't want to, we totally understand.
Good to see you.
Thank you for your service.
And thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Point of privilege, Judge. ratification for the next cycle. This is for the great James Madison High School. Whereas the Forest Avenue High School, an all-white school, was erected in 1916, and 40 years later, in 1956, reopened as James Madison High School, an all-colored school. And whereas the great James Madison High School amassed thousands of honors in academics and athletics, and realized their first basketball championship in the PVIL, that's the Prairie View Interscholastic League, in 1960, led by Coach Henson and featuring future NBA star Dave Stallworth. And whereas the great James Madison High School basketball program began its dominance by winning the 4A UIL state championship in 1996 and the 3A trophy in 1997, and the runner-up title in the 2000 competition under the legendary leadership of Coach Ellis Kidd. And whereas the great James Madison High School continued to make great strides in academics and athletics, and since 2009 under the leadership of head coach Damian Mobley. And whereas the great James Madison High School Trojans appeared in the state tournament 9 times, finishing as a semifinalist in 2015, state finalists in 2010, co-champions in 2020, and state champions in 2009, 2013, 2014, 2017, and 2019. And whereas the great James Madison School has just captured the 2022 3A state championship, which is a tribute to the administration, staff, student body, and 20 years of outstanding service rendered by Coach Mobley. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby stand proudly with this community and this county as it pauses to celebrate the great James Madison High School boys basketball program, and be it further resolved that the level of excellence and expectation for the futures in academics and athletics continue to be heightened and sustained, and I would so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Great news. And following the great news, Commissioner, I also want to tell you colleagues that our fleet operations, this year we're just ranked at the 28th top ranked fleet in the United States and Canada for year 2022. And we are the #1 in the state of Texas. And of course, the county, as you remember last year, we were 48 in the nation. This year, we are 28. We almost double the way up on how good government fleet management operations is doing. So congratulations to Dallas County Fleet Operations. I mean, I can say it, right, Mr. Bazan? You are the best, in our state. So muchísimas gracias. Thank you, Mr. Bazan, Mr. Martin, for your leadership, for, keep them motivated, and more importantly, hey, doing better and better every year. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
I join Mr. Bazan and Mr. Hooper.
Mr.
Mr.
Hooper,
Martin.
yes. Mr. Hooper, I'm sorry. Yes, I should name you too.
And on them 3, I'm still going to vote hell no. So I just want y'all to understand that. I appreciate you, applaud you, and I'm still going to vote hell no on 3.
Well, and the good news is that we have the 3 votes to vote yes. Thank you, colleagues. It couldn't happen without your support.
Violence against women?
We have more good news?
Violence against women? You voted?
No, the 3 is in them damn Teslas.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay, yeah, I got you.
I'm sorry. I should have made it clear. They
We
know.
knew
Yeah.
what you
I'm
were
sorry.
saying.
Inside me.
L3.
L3.
Okay, Judge, I mean,
All right. So next, Next, we have our presentations. Our first presentation is from Dr. Wong.
Good morning. We do remain in the yellow risk level at this point, but the news that is good, and as you'll see, the numbers are staying low. We have had probably about a 7% increase in the number of new cases, but that's from a very low number. And again, overall, as you'll see, the hospital numbers seem to be still staying down, so that's all good. So let me go through some of that. Again, here's the trend for ICU beds availability in Dallas County. For emergency department visits suspected and confirmed in the prior 24 hours, again, that's staying low, and these are some of the lowest numbers that we've had since the start of the pandemic. When we look at the confirmed admissions in the prior 24 hours, again, very low numbers, which remains good. And then the confirmed inpatients, so the hospital occupancy is again at very low numbers. And then deaths, again, staying low, although we do have some lag in those reporting. As I mentioned, number of cases, it did go up a little bit, about 7% week over week, but it's still from a very low baseline, so it's not alarming yet. I'll show you in a second some of the variant that is still in the presence with increased proportion of BA2 variant, but still the numbers increase slightly, but not to high levels at all, given where we're starting out with a low baseline. Vaccinations, now we're at about, for percent of those 5 and older receiving at least 1 dose, now at about 74%. But the one bad news, again, the number that we don't want to keep staying down, we're at about 2,000 first doses of vaccine per week. And when you break some of that down, you can see we've given about 1.8 million people have received at least 1 dose. About 1.5 million are fully vaccinated. That's completing that original course. And then only about 582,000 have had a booster dose. So that's really what we're really concerned about. As time is passing on, we know that there's diminishing protection from these, and so we're getting further away from people who have had those initial courses of the vaccine, and so there's less protection. And so, again, the numbers are good now, but we worry that still the booster doses are some of the most important things for protecting against the Omicron variant and sort of refreshing that protection that people can have. So we want to still keep those efforts up.
But Dr. Wong, where is the flags? Where is the emergent? Where is the alarm, if you will, with regards to boosters? I mean, I just don't see it.
Yeah, well, again, I think there's a lot of COVID fatigue in many, all aspects. I mean, they just changed the masking rule for transportation, the policies. I think that it is hard to keep that same level of alarm. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes bad news to get people to start worrying about it again. We hope it doesn't. That's not what it takes. We still are looking at all the hot spots, those areas that have the lowest rates of vaccination and boosters, and still doing a lot of efforts and targeted outreach to try to reach those. Again, some of the policies that are some of the things that can boost compliance are, those aren't in play. So right now it is hard to get that renewed sort of attention and alarm to get it, given that we're doing well. That's sort of the flip
But
side of the good numbers.
do we have a plan to kind of heighten it? It's just, I get what all you're saying, but do we have a plan to try
Yeah,
to
I mean,
boost it?
Sure, and we've been sending out our vaccination plan now we backed it off to every 2 weeks. We do, again, looking at the numbers, we're still continuing the media campaigns. I think one thing, if you look at like the distribution here, in particular for some of the first doses and boosters, the younger age groups, which were the most recently approved for vaccination. Still, we've got a lot more to do. I think, we're hearing that some of the parents are still a little more hesitant to get the vaccine and also the booster. But no, I mean, we are very, continuing to try to work on mobilizing people to get boosters and appreciate any other assistance to do that.
Especially, Dr. Huang, as we continue on the risk level of proceed carefully, probably some recommendations as the travel industry is going to en masse pretty much after the judge ruling yesterday. Probably it's a good recommendation to tell people that are about to travel, especially in planes, confined environments with a lot of people, to either, they have the option of being masked or get boosted over, right?
Sure, to get boosted, still if you get on a plane or something, it's probably a good idea to wear a mask. And, so those messages we want to continue, we will continue. Again, I think a lot of the efforts and support from your staff to really get out in the community and mobilize people and reinforce these messages. I mean, it does take, one of the most impactful is getting trusted, people to give that message. And so you all and your constituencies and, again, other leaders in the community have been key to, still re-emphasizing how important it is.
Is Dallas County in our website, are we going to have these kind of messages?
Yeah,
Where do we send, Dr. Huang, our constituents that start confused or they just want to know more about, where are we with COVID? Can we have some advice, recommendations in our websites about this?
Sure, and we'll we put a lot of the information on the website. We'll have the media firm also share the materials again, make sure that you have the latest. I know they've been trying to refresh it to refresh some of the messages so that they don't get stale and take advantage of that.
But I'm and I appreciate the website, but I'm more with the I know in the last game, phones. Where, do we have a campaign where we're hitting telephones? What I call them telephone drops. I know we did them during the campaign.
For
An education
texting, you mean text
program.
messages?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a little bit more than just text messaging.
How do
And-
we put it in the community?
Yes,
That's it, right?
I mean, we've definitely been doing text messaging to those who are eligible for boosters. Some of the using social media and disseminating the messages and content through different social media that, I'll have to check exactly if there were like cell phone or text links to some of the messages, but we can
But
look
maybe
at
it's
that.
when we targeted the places that have the lower vaccination rates. What's the plan that's been used in order to get the best participation there? Is there knocking on people's doors and leaving flyers and talking with people in order to do that one-on-one for those people who do not normally look at their phones or, watch the bus backs or something?
I think that, again, the efforts from many of your staff, when we identify, we have a pop-up event, and going out to the community and working with the community leaders has been one of the best things to get still people to come out for these events.
Yeah, but most of our staff, and I don't know about anybody else, most of my staff has been in those very hard to reach or areas that, as we heard last week, that nobody wants to go. So that we've been concentrating in those areas. Yeah, boosters are people who've already kind of been in the cycle, and we just got to convince them the next level. So I'm really looking for a campaign to deal with them, as opposed to those of us who continue to try to reach those hard areas.
Well, and we'll keep continuing to work with the media agency to, use any other strategies to try to get it at Marissa and her
I want
group
to see
is
their
going.
campaign. I want to see a campaign, though. I want to see a campaign where we're going after the, boosters. I mean, we need to see a campaign.
Sure, and we'll share you the latest, campaign plan that they have, and if there's other ideas on, thoughts on how to make it more effective, we are totally, want to work with you and get those messages any way we can.
Thank you, Dr. Huang, I appreciate
The
it.
last question, that wasn't the last question, but the second booster is out, and some people are contacting my office, a little confused about whether they should get that second booster or not. And looking at it, because I know you're vigilant also, and just looking around across the country, those communities that are a little bit ahead of Dallas County, there seems to be a little blip on that. So it's the vigilance, isn't it, that kind of goes into this? And then is there the recommendation to get the second booster?
So, the state health department and CDC, officially, it's more of a, they've approved that second booster for those 50 and older. I think Dr. Walensky, the CDC director, in particular, highlighted that perhaps persons 65 and older or those 50 and older with underlying health conditions would probably be more prioritized among that group to get that second booster. I mean, I think there's also the sense that there's a whole lot of people who haven't gotten the first booster, and that's probably the key one that provides that the most important added protection. So I think that if they haven't gotten the first booster, that's absolutely get that. Second booster, certainly if you're over 65 or 50 and older with underlying health conditions, then those would be higher priority. And so I think that's where it stands now with respect to recommendation.
Dr. Wong, I just had a question to go back to the about 2,000 first doses in this last week. Do you have a rough estimate of that breakdown? How many we did? How many pharmacies did? How many other entities did? Or
we can get that. We've done that periodically. Let's see. I'm trying to see if it's in here. Here's the overall breakdown, doses by organization type. So you can see. The pharmacies are still a large major outlet. It's about 2 million of the doses in Dallas County there from pharmacies. And so they're continuing to provide the vaccine. We've also been very concerned about testing and vaccination in light of the federal funding not supporting for the uninsured. The pharmacies locally have assured us they're going to continue to provide them to uninsured also. So that's good, and they've been a tremendous partner and are continuing. I'll show you the schedule in a second of where our sites were continuing. I did want to show, here is the variant proportion now, and this is now localized to Texas. This is up till April 2nd, and you can see that yellow bar is now the BA2 variant, so it's very clearly become the dominant variant circulating around, but fortunately, again, it's very highly transmissible, even more than the original Omicron variant, but we're talking about smaller numbers now, so even though it's the dominant variant now thus far, we did see about a 7% increase in the numbers, but it's not overwhelming the numbers now.
But Commissioner, see, one of the issues is that this whole piece is just about the uninsured. Again, my staff, along with some of his and all, we're going into those areas that we know people are probably uninsured. The problem is that we've given, and Mr. Frost, again, I just talked to Mr. Martin about a presentation from CHW. I want a presentation from Parkland. We've given them what, $30–40 million? I want to know what the heck are they doing, and where are they servicing? Because our staff is still going out into the community doing the work. So I want to know what we need a report from them on the money that we've appropriated to them, because I haven't seen it. Maybe you guys have seen it. I haven't seen it. And so we need to know exactly, what are they doing? What are their metrics? Where are they servicing? Where are they targeting? They got what was it, $30 or $40 million? How much was it?
I don't have the number in front of me. Mr. Reed may have it, or budget may have it. I think it was 35 million,
Something
roughly,
around
of
there.
ILA.
Okay,
yes.
30, 35 million, whatever it is. I wonder what they're doing.
And I know if that's from the start, you know, initially they were fully operating the Ellis Davis and things. So we're, you know.
I got that, but we've done some appropriations since then. Yes, sir. And they haven't been there. That's Nomi's out there now, so they're not there. But we've had done a handoff, and I just want to know exactly, you know, what are they doing? You know, what's their performance for what we're paying?
Sure.
Okay?
And I know, yeah.
Because they don't have installations. I mean, like I said, it's either my staff, just your staff. We're going into those areas where there are not pharmacies, and pharmacies are not, you know, down in Dixon Circle and down out in Westmoreland where we had the incident last week, and other places. Difficult, challenged areas. I want to know what they're doing with the money, and then they owe that to the court.
Well, okay, we
Well,
can-
here's the sites that we still have. All of our immunization clinics have all the vaccines available. Eastfield College is still open at this time. It's on Saturdays only. We're waiting to talk to the contractor. That may close out the end of this week. We'll have more details on that. Ellis Davis Fieldhouse is still Tuesday through Saturdays. Fair Park is closed, but you can also go to www.vaccines.gov. And then testing, the testing, again, Eastfield may be closing out the end of this month. Ellis Davis Fieldhouse at this time is still operating. Mesquite Memorial Stadium, T. Boone Pickens, Vickery Park Branch Libraries. And then, so that's some of the testing. I'll show you some of the outreach in a second. I just did want to touch on flu. It does look like we've peaked in terms of the flu numbers. You can see percent positive flu tests now is down to about 11.9. It got to a peak of 16.1 in the week of March 19th. When you look at the hospitalizations, again, those seem to have peaked perhaps either week of the 19th or 26th. Do seem to going down. We did get a second flu death, but still that's much lower than prior seasons or other seasons. So we're hoping that the flu has peaked and goes down, but, you know, again, never know with all the crazy stuff going on. And then here are some of the currently scheduled community vaccination clinics that we still have.
And all these are the areas that Parkland has identified that you all sent us, right?
Yes.
Dr. Huang? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wong. Can I, Judge, I'm gonna get a motion, motion to suspend the agenda, please?
All right, is that you made that motion?
I'm making the motion
Is
to
there a second?
suspend the
This
agenda.
is so that the DA can talk about the violence against
Yeah,
women.
the
We go to the
yeah,
one
so-
court order and get back to
okay,
this
second.
presentation.
Second.
Yeah,
And let's just do it.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
then-
Before us
Yeah,
is
he's-
M3.
No,
Go ahead and come forward.
is it M17, Judge? It's M17, and I'll make a motion that we move M17. That's a motion.
Second.
Okay, got a second.
It was second already. That's second.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to
Yeah,
speak
discuss.
before we?
No, yeah, I want them to
Okay, come on
discuss,
out.
just so they can discuss it till we get it out.
Morning.
Good morning.
It's on you.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having us here today. I'm here with two members of the
Will
Dallas.
Will you identify yourself for the record?
We know you, Judge. but-
I'm nobody. Just ask the newspaper. Anyway, John Cruzel, the Dallas County District Attorney, and I'm gonna let them introduce themselves. Go ahead and tell your name.
I'm Angela Shaw, Assistant Chief, Dallas Police Department.
I'm Sergeant Gerald Parker, over the right care team.
And what we're here to do is to go through the process. I think the city has done their part, and what the Dallas County DA's office is doing is using asset forfeiture money to target specific areas in law enforcement that will overall benefit this community. And what this money is designed for is $250,000 for the right care team, the Dallas right care team. That goes into another additional $100,000 that we're going to give Dallas once the Dallas County Deflection Center is open, and it's also in addition to $200,000 that we've already distributed to the cities of Carrollton, Addison, Farmers Branch, and Coppell to do a mental health study. And the purpose of this money is to change the dynamic between policing and homeless and mentally ill people on the streets. And so we have this money. It can be used for this per our research and checking with our state and federal guidelines. And so we're asking you all to give approval for our expenditure to the city of Dallas for $250,000 to support and expand right care.
100% support this. This is a great program, and thank you all.
And it's something that you, Judge Crusoe, made a campaign, challenge
Yes.
that you were going to do this. And thank you to Dallas Police Department and all the partners that have done this possible. Definitely, you have our support. One of the things that we cannot continue to do is the same thing and expect a different result.
Yeah.
That's the definition of insanity, and we are, changing criminal justice, and thanks to your leadership, and Dallas Police Department, as well as Chief Garcia, is moving forward. So thank you, and you definitely have our support.
And in addition, Judge, and I'll make this motion right after we finish with 17, I've got the cities of Rowlett, Mesquite, DeSoto. They're also here this morning. They're all in the district, but thanks to our court administration, we put that grant money out there to basically do and comply with what the city of Dallas has already been doing and has been a leader, and of course even the city of Irving.
Yeah,
They've been the leaders in this area.
Right.
And so we appreciate that, but I also want the court to know right after we finish this, I'm going to also move 13, 14, and 15 for those cities.
And they're going to have a presentation as well, right, Ms. Newman?
Yes.
Just for
But
the
to
court.
get back to you, you've been in this arena for many, many, many years. And it is with great pride that I see the success that is now coming forward to address this particular part of the intersection between criminal justice, mental health, and substance abuse. And the partnership that is becoming even stronger between local law enforcement, between healthcare providers, mental health care
12, 13,
providers,
and 15.
and then looking at what's going on with the Dallas County Deflection Center. It is kind of where so much of that comes together. So, thank you for the local law enforcement, the Dallas Police Department folks who are here, because it is, we're stronger together, but we certainly are not done yet. So I know that all of us will be working towards the ends and seeing how we too can help and make sure that it stays successful.
Well, let me say this. I know this happened a couple of years ago, but really, in large part, this has a lot to do with you all individually. Because after the George Floyd incident, and Darrell Gordon helped facilitate it, but you all asked that several cities, their police chiefs, and their city managers and the DA's office and Dallas County get together and have a series of public and private conversations about what can we do. There were a list of things that started off the conversation. The one thing that we all agreed we could do immediately, and especially some of the city managers in reallocating monies, was mental health and homelessness. And so this is, some of what I'm doing was already in the works, but off of those conversations that you all really deserve the credit for, you, the commissioners, and the county judge, this is where we're going with this. And we are facilitating what you all asked in these conversations to happen, and the one thing that could be agreed on that could be done quickly. And for us, it's easy because we can target something, we can see the value of it, we can change the dynamic. One of the things that concerns me as the district attorney is a mentally ill person's interaction with the police is 16 times more likely to end in a tragic situation. And of course, those cases come to us. And anytime somebody dies, it doesn't matter under what circumstances, of course, we're all saddened and hope it didn't happen, and it may be criminal, and so we have to deal with it. But the fact of the matter is, what we're trying to do is get in front of this problem from all across this county and across the big city of Dallas, and hopefully reduce these interactions, number one, and change the face of how criminal justice responds to crisis when it's substance abuse, mental health, or unhoused individuals. So we're glad to do this. We're glad to look at this money in a different way. It's been used to buy trucks and this and that and the other in the past, and it seems to me that it's time to make an investment with this money that's taken from criminals and invested in the community in a way that moves the ball for the entire Dallas County area, and especially here for the city of Dallas, where 50% of our cases come from. So we're more than happy to help the city and all the other cities in what we're doing. But I want to remind you all that a lot of this comes from your creativity and initiative in having these meetings, and this is kind of part of it. This is what's coming out of it.
I want to thank you for your courage, because when it comes to this right care approach for our suburbs, I kind of trace back the opportunity for our grants to the day that George Floyd was murdered, and I asked several people, you were one of them, and you agreed. Some did not, by the way, but you know, several people, T.C. Broadnax, yourself, the then police chief, had the courage to get on a Facebook for 2.5 hours with people, Mothers Against Police Brutality and others who were opposed to the way that we were handling policing and had many grievances against policing. We listened to that. That came to this 10 New Directions task force that our city managers took part of, that Mr. Martin leads, that led to those grants. And it just shows that even our harshest critics, if we work together and we listen to one another, I'm sure there are many things that the police association and the police department don't agree with those critics, and there are many things that those critics still don't agree with that are done in policing, and yet we were able to agree on expanding right care and many other things as well. And so because of that, these grants have gone out, and now mentally ill people, you know, when you call your police department for a mentally ill person in one of our suburbs, you probably don't want your brother to be tased and taken to jail, but he can't control himself. Now you've got a chance that this team will come out and they'll help him in ways that are, you know, less dangerous and more helpful for his mental state. So thank you for your courage in throughout this. And Mr. Martin, thank you for your skillful, that's not an easy thing to do, to facilitate an ongoing 2-year now conversation between law enforcement's harshest critics and our cities. So thank you.
In a similar vein, DeAcres, I want to thank you for the conversation. The dollars have certainly meant a lot, you know, what we've been able to allocate, but you mentioned the Metro Crest cities and their mental health study.
Sure.
That study was largely influenced by conversations they had with Rowlett and Officer Johnson out there, and how he was handling a lot of that population. Good ideas are being exchanged locally, and of course, you know, as folks go and get best practices from national conferences, I know that the folks in Garland have been active, very active nationally in presenting and also gathering a lot of that info. There's a lot of great information exchange going on, and some things work in certain cities that aren't going to work in other places, but the sharing of ideas that's opened up that I've seen, the conversations that are going on are really, really helpful, and I think we're gonna get there faster.
Yeah, well, I think another thing too that's going to, you know, maybe change some dynamics in the county is when the Salvation Army opens its new campus up in the northwest portion of the city of Dallas.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's going to be a lot of that population now near these 4 cities or in these 4 cities, and so, you know, they understand that, and we understand it, and we want to help them get in front of the problem rather than trying to play catch up. So.
Call the question, Judge.
All those, the question has been called. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very
for your
much.
time.
Yep.
Okay.
All of you.
Good job, everybody.
And I think I have people here with 12, 13, and 14, if you will, since it's similar in nature, and so I would put 12, 13, and 14. I think some of my cities are here. They are. So I would move 12, 13, and 14, and again,
Second.
Got a second from Commissioner Garcia. They're coming. Maybe at the presentation.
Looks like Mesquite made it up first, so we'll let Mesquite.
Are we going to go in?
Yeah. No, we can just go with Mesquite.
If you just introduce yourself.
And before you start, for the public watching this audience, I want to thank Mr. Martin. Of course, I think that Judge Jenkins, since we're not originally, the rest of the commissioners were not originally part of the discussion, I want the public to know that this is the second year, and thanks to all of you, we want to hear, and the community wants to hear, what have you done? Where are you going? What are the improvements that you have seen? What are the challenges? And how the money is going to be utilized?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is the presentation ready?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, got it. They're getting it.
Oh, there it is.
Hi, good morning. My name is Melissa Finch-Carr. I'm a social worker and the behavioral
Pull
health.
out to you just a little. Just
The
pull that
mic a little bit closer
It'll
to you.
come to you just a little.
Sure. Hi, my name's Melissa Finch-Carr. I'm a social worker and the behavioral health program manager for the Southeast Alliance Community Care Team, which includes the cities of Mesquite, Balch Springs, Seagoville, and Sunnyvale. We are the mental health team for those 4 cities. And quickly, I'll go over some of the things that we've been able to accomplish since we've been awarded this money. Me, the program manager, was hired in August. We subcontracted for our team with Parkland, and those staff members were hired in early October. A team is comprised of a social worker and a paramedic. So right now we have 1 care team, and we just got approved by our Mesquite City Council for a 2nd care team last night. So we're in the process of hiring a 2nd team because of the increase in numbers. We went live November 8th. Our first call was a 911 response to the city of Seagoville with somebody who had a mental health concern, and we were able to get them safely to an outpatient clinic instead of a hospital and doing emergency detention. We were able to divert them from Parkland or any other large agency that's super busy during this time. We are governed by the Southeast Governance Board, and what that is comprised of is 2 city employees, so 8 people, 2 from each city, the city manager, and then who he or she appoints from the city. So some cities have a police chief, some have, or somebody in the police command staff, and some have brought fire. So it was totally up to that city manager who they wanted to appoint to the team. And then, so we meet quarterly to go over policies and procedures, numbers, concerns, kudos, anything that could happen. We are also governed by an advisory board, the Southeast Alliance Advisory Board. Those were appointed, those are 2 people from each city that are citizens within the community that may have working nonprofits or have worked within the city before or have some special connection with mental health or homelessness. So we meet with them quarterly also to get their input onto what the team is doing. Because of the large, direction that this New Directions grant was going, we had to cover homelessness, mental health, and training and education. We ultimately decided to phase it. So phase 1 was the biggest need is mental health. So we started that November 8th and answering 911 calls. And then phase 2 is homelessness, which is outreach and education and referrals. That started in February. And then phase 3 is training and education for police and fire. That is to be implemented in August. We're working on surveying the staff and things like that to get that training. This will go above and beyond the normal training for police and fire, the CIT and fire CEUs. This will do a deeper dive into mental illness and homelessness. As you can see, our program data, since we went live in November, we've had 444 encounters with citizens across the 4 cities. That is number of encounters, so that's new clients and clients that we have followed up on. New clients broke down by city are there for you, Mesquite being the largest, and then the other cities, I believe, to mirror the population of those cities. The follow-up numbers and the follow-up encounters, as you see there, again, it mirrors the cities that population. We're currently working an average of 4.4 calls a day. Numbers-wise, that's how it works out, but we have seen a dramatic increase since March. And we believe for Q2, we will probably double, if not 2.5 times the numbers we've seen recently. We attribute that to the holidays, the freeze, colder things where the 911 calls weren't coming in. And now it's warming up. Traditionally, mental illness numbers go up around the Easter, Passover time and period. And as summer comes, it'll get worse. It'll get more calls. So that's why we requested that from the governance board, the Southeast Governance Board, we requested another team. We just couldn't cover the volume. So with the second team will allow us to extend hours also. Currently, we're doing 8:30 to 5, but now we are going to be able to do an 8 to 8. So we'll be able to cover 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. As more money comes available or additional funds from different agencies, we hope to get up to 5 teams to cover those longer hours and weekends. As far as year 2, we again are going to increase the number of care teams from 1 to 2, hopefully from 2 to 5, as soon as we can. We have numerous MOUs with nonprofits and other mental health agencies like Metro Care and Child and Family Guidance. We're very lucky. We followed in Right Care's footsteps and made MOUs with them so we could do walk-ins and be seen. We've been very lucky and supportive from them to be able to do walk-ins and seen within 1 hour when we bring someone in. And that, again, circumvents the hospital, the hospital system's already burdened, so we're trying to lessen the burden on the hospital system also. We're also very lucky with our Parkland partnership to use Epic, which is the software that Parkland uses. It's invaluable with their data. We'll be able to pull data from age, race, past history of calls and APALs and emergency detentions, endless invaluable data that we'll be able to use. That go live date from Parkland is April 24th, and we'll be able to start documenting in their system. I'm currently working on putting together a survey for the 4 cities, police and fire staff, to help get their input on what they want to be trained on. Ultimately, we will have to decide as a governance board and as the program manager what works and what we see is needed. But getting their input and having them vested in their own training is super important. So that survey will go out so they can help guide us on what they may need. Any questions, concerns?
What's been the greatest challenge?
People would normally think police and fire, and that's absolutely not. We've been so lucky. They've been very welcoming. They are like, you're making our job so much easier. You're taking a lot of burden off us. Truly, the biggest burden is access to supplies. Our van still is not ready. I'm sure that's a concern across, across all departments and all situations. But we're driving old cars that have been passed down to us that work most days. Supplies like that, and getting the word out to all the different shifts and stuff like that.
And I particularly appreciate all the efforts of the cities around the county on this effort. I'm an MSW and feel very closely the intersection between mental health, substance abuse, homelessness, criminal justice, it's a system. And the fact that people are now beginning to recognize that, take it very seriously, maybe some of those challenges that you are facing right now, not only locally, but the state and feds will also recognize how that impacts the community at large.
Yes,
and usually it's not in a good way. So that your perseverance is very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Then because I know that the support is here in
Absolutely.
order to make it as successful as we can, because it affects all of us. It affects the individuals, their families, and our taxpayers. So
Thank you.
most definitely appreciate your efforts. Thank
I will
you.
say the support from the county to the city level has been amazing. I have not come across any negative attitudes or anything like that. It's been amazing. I do believe Right Care kind of forged the path for us. They were the ones that broke the door open, so we were very lucky in that. And I cannot thank them enough for doing that. So we're kind of forging our own path because our communities look different across the 4 cities, but they definitely helped open the door and start the conversation. So we've been very lucky on that part. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for all your kind words. Thank you.
And you do have a diverse staff, bilingual personnel.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Everything
Yes, ma'am.
in your all teams operation.
Yes, ma'am.
And last but not least, I know this is just the second year and you still have a lot to do. I'm glad that you're going to the night hours, which is when most, as you know, during the
Yes.
summer, most of these cases are going to be coming from. And the other part, you are keeping all the numbers about, how has these efforts impact, during last year and before you got the grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have some of those numbers?
I don't have them on me. I was told to have a 3 to 5 minute presentation,
No,
so
no, I understand.
I could get that for you and
If you
send
can
that to you
send it
quickly.
to all of us, I mean,
Sure,
that would be
absolutely. I
great.
do have it. I just not in this presentation.
Good.
So yes, we do have it.
Thank you very much. And can you introduce who's with you?
Yes, please.
My name is Maria Martinez. I'm the Director of Neighborhood Services, and I have the pleasure of overseeing this program, and along with Mr. Mark Kirby, who I'll let introduce himself.
I'm Mark Kirby. I'm the City of Mesquite Special Projects Director. It was my task to get this team started, so I did a lot of the background work and stuff to turn it over to professionals who've done a wonderful job, and I want to thank the Commissioners Court for supporting this and helping us with a little bit of seed money to get started.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Martin. I think we're ready to vote. Unless Commissioner President
No, I
wants to
just
say
wanted to thank Cliff Gailey. I was there at the launch, encouraged, and all the cities bought in. And of course, at that time, Balk Springs was in my district. It's now in District 1. But you've done an amazing job, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay? Call the question.
Can you do them as a group?
Sure.
Maybe just do all 3 of them, and then you can vote them on 12, 13, and 14.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that's what they moved.
Yeah,
That's what we moved
yeah,
in second,
I moved all 3. So
All three?
let's do,
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
okay. Let's
Motion
do,
carries.
okay, still got,
DeSoto and Rowlett are still here.
DeSoto and Rowlett is here. That's,
Well, you already got the money, but come on up and tell us about it. We want to hear it.
Again, they both also have very brief presentations about their program, so we'll go with the Southwest DeSoto.
Good morning, Judge Jenkins,
Good
Commissioners
morning.
Court. It is so exciting, and we are so grateful. It is a delight to be in front of you again. I'm Lieutenant Melissa Franks with DeSoto Police Department. I'm the team coordinator for the DeSoto CARE team. CARE, incidentally, stands for Crisis Assessment Resource Engagement, which is where our program started. We have been in existence for now about 1.5 years as we've tried to figure out what we're doing and how we can do it. And it started out, first of all, with asking the question, what would happen and what would it look like if people with behavioral health problems did not have to call 911? What would it take for that to happen? And so that's kind of the premise question that we started out with so that we could formulate this prevention and follow-up team. So we do not respond to 911. Instead, we give people another place to go to close the circle. There's a lot of resources available. The police, the fire department will always be in existence. Hospitals will always be in existence. But how do we close the gap and actually bring those services to the community? So with that in mind, we have a mission statement now, and that is to seize opportunities to engage with individuals and families experiencing behavioral health needs by providing prevention and follow-up support, education, self-advocacy, diversion opportunities, and warm handoffs to our community referral partners. So many people that suffer from behavioral health issues don't know where to go. The individuals themselves and their families, the people that care about them, love them, see them on a daily basis, they don't know what to do. So we hope to be that entity that, like I said, closes the circle and gives them a place to go. One of our first steps was hiring, this woman I have with me today, Raven Thousand. I'm going to let her introduce herself. She is our program manager for our regional care team as we expand.
Hi, good morning. Like she said, my name is Raven Thousand. I am a licensed professional counselor, and I'm also a doctoral student in public health policy. So this project has also been both self-fulfilling of being able to experience that and also part of my education. It's been great to join the team. And she's going to go over kind of our objectives since she was our pilot here. I think you've probably seen her in front of you before when she introduced what she wanted to do, and then we'll work on our year 1 and year 2 objectives.
Again, as our mission statement suggests, we want to adopt a no wrong door policy, which means that people with behavioral health issues often are experienced and they're found in a number of different situations. We wanted to be there in whatever situation they were going to be to offer that opportunity. Our motto is kind of like, is today the day? Is today the day for you? Is today the day that you engage with services or you take that next step towards recovery? So with that in mind, we have prevention and follow-up services again. That is that no wrong door. Whether you are in your home, whether you want to walk into our office, whether you are in jail, whether you are having a crisis, whatever it is, we want to be there to provide those services. We also want to be there to do some assessments, some expert assessments to help you access the appropriate resource for you. Yes, there's a lot of resources in the community that were very helpful to partner, that we enjoy partnering with, but not every resource is appropriate for everyone. So what is going to be the most appropriate thing for you? And then how can we get you there? How can we walk alongside with you to make sure that you don't experience any barriers to getting to those resources? And then we also want to provide that enhanced training to our crisis intervention, or through crisis intervention rather, for our officers and our first responders who are going out. Like we said, 911 is not going to go away. Unfortunately, people experiencing behavioral health problems will probably still go into crisis at times, but if we can increase the expertise of our first responders and we can also lessen those incidences, we will be, again, on the road to success. So our team composition, as it stands right now, is made up of team lead officers from each of our participating agencies. All of our participating cities include DeSoto, Duncanville, Lancaster, Cedar Hill, and Glen Heights. We're also providing licensed social service providers currently through Parkland Health, medical support as well through Parkland Health, and then our victims assistance coordinators. It has become so key to involve them. As we know, people experiencing behavioral health problems are often the victims of crime. Sometimes the people who victimize them are suffering from behavioral health issues, and so we're able to take a really holistic approach to that.
And let me ask you, how many teams in total are there?
Yes, so we will have 5 teams operating together in one location to make it as easy as possible for the community to find us.
And there are a diverse group of people with different language skills.
Yes, we are still in the process of selection, but yes, we anticipate that we'll have a very diverse group.
So our first year has just been DeSoto. We were beginning to pilot this, making sure that we had all the kinks worked out, which we had many. We went over and over again. But as of May 1st is when we bring on the other cities, and so we're doing the interview process right now to bring those officers and other team members on. So year 1, we hired and trained staff for the DeSoto care team. So again, that consisted of one of each of those members, a police officer, a victims assistance coordinator, medical support, and a social worker. We contracted with Parkland for that social service provider. We established our team policies and procedures, our flows, and our data collection. I heard you ask the other team what was one of the hardest piece. Data collection was one of them. As we don't have an electronic medical record, we're counting every single number and every encounter manually on paper. So that's been one of our biggest challenges. But we created some really great documentation to be able to make sure that we're getting all of those demographics and all of that quality information. We established a referral process with law enforcement, community partners, and residents, as well as the 2 hospitals that reside in that area. So that's Dallas Behavioral Health and Hickory Trails. We have a direct referral process to make sure those individuals returning to the community can return with our support. We secured and moved into a centralized location, which is in DeSoto. It's an old elementary school, Northside Elementary School. This gave us the opportunity to expand for all 5 of these cities, be in a centralized location, and be able to work off the synergy of each other and the expertise of so many vast different teams and different experience levels, so that we can give every individual a unique outlook from different team members. We created and began a care team diversion program through the DeSoto Municipal Court, and I'm going to let her talk about that in just a second. We provided insight and updates to our sister cities, which she named earlier, so that we could get them to gain for our 2-year expansion. And then we developed a task force and subsidiary agreements. So we are a task force model. I am, as the regional manager, or the head of that task force, with her as our coordinator. And each of the city managers we have regional monthly meetings. Once everyone joins, that will be as a task force agreement. I'm going to let her talk a little bit about the diversion program.
So we are very grateful to our municipal judge, Judge Scott Kurth, who provides us a lot of support when it comes to defendants who come before him who have behavioral health needs. He's identified those in the past, but kind of has not had any place to refer those individuals over to. So beginning this last year, we have started our municipal court diversion, which our hopes are that we can catch people when they commit relatively low level of crimes, and they will not escalate into higher levels. We are able to engage those individuals through an assessment, through voluntary participation, and then they enter into a 6-month recovery program supervised by the members of the care team to ensure that they have the support, that they are being asked the questions, they're being held accountable. And then at the conclusion of that program, if they are successful in completing it, then they are eligible to have their charge dismissed and actually expunged. One of the things that this is really helpful for us in is when considering very low level charges such as public intoxication or even Class C family violence. As you know, it can be very difficult for a person to go forward in life if they have any type of allegation of family violence on their history. So getting these people at their point of need and then allowing them to engage in services that can actually help them recover from the issues that created that family violence situation, and working with the victims in that situation as well, has been really key as well.
Our year 2, we are looking to add and train our staff from Cedar Hill, Duncanville, Glen Heights, and Lancaster. That's our expansion team. Create a regional team website and our marketing materials. We've kept it pretty slow right now for DeSoto because we knew that as soon as we get it out there and our name gets out there, we're going to expand, especially with the amount of clients we've seen already for DeSoto. So we will be creating a website that all the cities will be able to have a link on their front page to then get to us for any of their citizens. We are going to continue to provide enhanced mental health officer and CIT training to first responders, expand our care team diversion program, as she just mentioned. We're also exploring partnering with NTBHA to secure some care coordinators to help us assist, again, getting on the ground floor and expanding our program. And we're going to continue to gather statistical information for Dallas County so that you can see the allocation or additional resources as we continue to expand. I wanted to touch base on the diversion program just for a really quick anecdote for an individual that we just had complete. We had an individual who had 3 instances of involvement with the criminal justice system, 2 of which he ended up going to a hospital for psychiatric care at the time. When he came to us, he actually, the first time, ran out of a window when we came to visit his family. He wanted nothing to do with us. After a second hospital visit, he agreed to meet with us. He, while agreeable and said, sure, I'll go through the program, pretty much didn't believe that anything was going to change for him. He didn't believe he had a need for medications, mental health services, or anything like that. Through the process of 6 months, we just closed his case last week. He actually said, hey, I've been feeling a little depressed. I think I might need an additional medication. Will you help me talk to my doctor about what other medications I need? This is an individual within 6 months went from I don't need meds and I don't have problems and instances with the criminal justice system to no other instances with any system of care, not 911 or anything else, to actually asking to take his medications and for advice for additional medications. So I think that's like a really great success story that I'm glad I get to share with you. Since we started, which would be June, collecting our data for y'all, we've engaged 182 unique DeSoto residents. Through those 182 residents, we provided 900 individual engagement attempts or services. That means those individuals, we went out them, saw them multiple times or worked with their family. We provided 394 engagement attempts to non-DeSoto residents. So that is, we have had a Lancaster police officer with us, and that person has been providing services, but we've also had services for individuals who are out of our catchment area. It might be an individual who heard about us just somewhere else in Dallas, and they've asked us to assist. We have not turned any down any questions for resources. We've engaged 438 individuals identified as a victim of crime. We started tracking those on 9/1 with our Victims Assistance Coordinator. We began to pilot our diversion program. We've provided 2 CIT classes with multiple police agencies, and we've provided 2 de-escalation courses with our virtual reality equipment that we also purchased through this grant. A little bit on that, this is an actual very interactive virtual reality. The instructor can actually change their voice to sound like any different type of person. Every action is controlled by the instructor, so if they want to say that they act like a child with a weapon or any of those things, the officer has to then learn how to interact in every single mental health situation so that we can keep gathering their knowledge, and we can change throughout the program. Everything is monitored through the instructor. So it's very exciting, and we're using those through our de-escalation. Questions, comments?
I have a couple of questions. One of them is, can we talk afterwards? You mentioned data collection and some of the issues related to that. I'd like to explore that a little bit and see what options we might have on that. And secondly, that you've talked about what are better ways of having, interacting with getting information out to the community about mental health, substance abuse crises, and things like that. This fall, there will be a national number 988 that will be introduced to very specifically be a shorter, quicker way for people in need, not only individuals but their families, to get more directly to the services and hotlines and things like that. So it's been noticed nationally that there are some issues related in this particular area, and what you are doing definitely lays such an incredible groundwork for this all to happen. And so we'll be looking forward to seeing, as we move forward, how can we, what are some of the other issues? But I would like to talk to you afterwards.
Thank you. And to clarify, as far as the data collection, there are options like Epic and all of those that are out there. But as most institutions and agencies, when they put someone into an electronic medical record, medical being the key word, you have to be serving the individual. Something that's very unique about our team is sometimes we serve families when the individual's never there, because we're educating them on how to support their family. And so creating a medical record without an individual is impossible. So some other type of data collection. Thank you.
It's not an easy situation.
Absolutely.
I understand.
Thank you for your presentation.
And I just want to request the same kind of information, the right now, and what you expect in the future with additional funds. And thank you for all the work you do. I mean, love to see 2 young women energetic and ready to go.
Thank you.
And give my best to Brandon and to Chief Costa.
Will do.
Yes, tell Chief Costa we miss him.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you.
No, we still got him.
Thank you.
Rowlett?
5 minutes. Same thing, same questions.
I would like to thank the court for inviting us here and for your time. I know that you have a very busy day, so I'm not going to take up much of your time. This is going to be a brief update.
And you are?
I am Chad Caldwell. I'm a police officer with the City of Rowlett, a crisis assistance officer through the Crisis Assistance Program, and a certified mental health officer. With me is Lieutenant Steve Ferry. He oversees our program, and we'll go into more about who our team is in just a minute. But just real quickly, through your generosity and your kindness through the grant, what we were able to do was hire a crisis assistance coordinator, a licensed professional counselor. Her name is Mary Ann Nimry. She's under the weather and was not able to make it today. But that was July 7th of last year. Immediately, we did a social media campaign to let the people know about the program itself, which actually started as the brainstorm of Officer J.J. Jones in 2014. He created this program single-handedly, and it carried on for years until 2020, when there was such a need that I was added in as another officer, and then through the grant we were able to get a licensed professional counselor as well. So you can see on July 22nd of last year, we reached over 41,000 people through social media, letting them know of who I was, JJ was, who Mary Ann was, that we're available if they ever need us, and what the crisis assistance program is there to do, which is to assist anybody in crisis. That could be mental health, that could be homelessness, that could be numerous things that it could be. A crisis is definitely different to different people. We've collaborated with local agencies and programs. There's just a list there. You can read that. Mary Ann does a great job of reaching out to other departments, kind of brainstorming, if you will, bouncing things off one another, what's working for you, what's not working for us. Warrior's Heart, Base Point Academy, that I've actually referred some juveniles to. They do provide transportation, things like that. So once people are taken to a mental health hospital or something like that, we do follow-ups. So we will contact them. We will check in with them. We will check in with their families. We'll provide additional resources. We do home visits. We do whatever we can to assist them. And Mary Ann has done an amazing job, too, of internal peer support and external peer support. She is over the entire peer support program at Rowlett Police Department, which means anytime there is a major call for service, for instance, we recently had a helicopter crash in Rowlett. She coordinates the debriefing with everybody coming in to go through a debriefing, to talk about it, things like that with other agencies. And that's very important, because I can tell you throughout my career, which I started in 1999, initially, even mental health for first responders, it was kind of pushed to the side, like, don't deal with it, don't talk about it, just move on. And throughout my career, I'm really proud to see the push that we've made and the community has made to help us as well. So our crisis team, as I mentioned, is myself, Officer J.J. Jones, Mary Ann, who's our licensed professional counselor, and Lieutenant Ferry, who's behind me. We respond to 911 calls. We do the follow-ups, as I mentioned. We work with families so often. Like, I was on the phone. I can just tell you from my standpoint, from Officer Jones's standpoint, after hours, non-documented calls, which you will not see in this presentation, are nonstop. I was on the phone a few nights ago till 10:30 at night talking to someone about his brother who he had concerns for. This is a 24-hour-a-day job, and there's no vacations, there's no holidays. If someone needs us, we answer the phone. That's the staple of this program. We also do continuing education through our department. We attend conferences, we attend classes to better our skills, better our knowledge. And then, of course, part of the program is the homeless outreach, which, getting out to Rowlett, we have seen an increase in homeless individuals in our community. We get out there, we've created homeless outreach cards, which have phone numbers to myself and Officer Jones and Mary Ann. We have other resources on there, but also through this grant, we were able to get an A to Z database implemented in our public library system, which assists with job searches, things like that. So if we make contact with a homeless individual and we give them a card, they know, and the library staff knows, if someone comes in there with that card, they drop what they're doing, they help them get on the computer, look for jobs, do whatever they need to do to use that database. And we have had some success stories. I will tell you that we have found housing for several individuals. One individual we worked with for quite a while, he's now in Oklahoma doing construction work, got a job, got a house. So through our work and through your generosity, we have made a difference. And this is just some of the data through the APALs, which is the apprehension of a police officer without a warrant for mental health detention, if you will, and for evaluation. That's from the beginning on the right there. Since the program started in 2014, it's over 6,300 we've contacted. Since July 8th of last year, 909 encounters that we've had in Rowlett. The main number to pay attention to on this slide is the follow-ups on the left. Mary Ann's in blue, I'm in orange, and Officer Jones is in gray there. That's the number of contacts and follow-ups we've made in the past year, just in Rowlett. So you can see there's a need, and what you've done as the court has made a big difference in helping us meet that need in our community. Those are Mary Ann's inpatient rehab referrals. Of the 16 she did, 12 are still sober today, currently. And this is just the breakdowns of the kind of calls we receive and where we make these contacts with. You can see over 1,500 are welfare concerns, which are called in by citizens. It could be self-dispatched through officers. We could be driving through and see somebody that we think may be in need and dispatch ourselves to a welfare check. Some of them are psychological calls, family violence calls, things like that, which, and I know DeSoto touched on this just earlier. A lot of times these people don't need to be going to jail. It's, very important that we kind of step in and try to help facilitate where they need to be. This is the breakdowns as far as male and female, and you can see the ethnicity breakdown there as well in Rowlett. So real quickly, our year 2 plans. We've already had meetings. We're going to be part of the HMIS system, which is sponsored through HUD, that database that we're going to start utilizing. We've had our initial meeting. We are waiting for follow-up emails to do our self-paced training, so all of us can be certified in getting this information entered into the system so we can cross-reference individuals we make contact with. We have also partnered, really, I guess I would say partnered with Wendy Sheriff in Garland. I don't know if you're aware of her. She does amazing work out there. She has been just a wealth of information for me. And we've met with her, Metro Relief, to expand in year 2 our contacts, our assistance in helping homeless individuals get the assistance they need. So that's basically what we've been doing. Like I said, I know you have a busy day. I just wanted to give a brief update and thank you once again for all you do.
And I mean, Mr. Martin, just to follow up, I mean, main issues, diversity in staff, multi-language, personnel,
Right.
and pre and post numbers. I mean, I think the idea is to create a national model that shows that doing things in a different way actually works.
Correct.
Right? I mean, that people with mental problems, with homelessness issues do not need to be in jail.
Right.
And that the criminal justice system can be fair for everyone. So those numbers, that data is, in my opinion, the most important thing, the product result of all these programs.
Absolutely.
So if you can provide us that information, I'll be happy, and congratulations, and look forward to continue working.
With the others, they did something that the others didn't do in their pie chart, that whole family violence piece.
Yeah.
I want to see, because we're starting to look at our booking numbers, and of course you'll hear some of that coming forward. When you look at our booking intake numbers, family violence is right up there, 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I know the others have expressed that same concern when we had our quarterly meeting. So I'll get that number for you as well.
Right.
The family violence and domestic violence.
And family violence, domestic violence is the number 1 cause of officers and, deaths within the criminal justice system.
And the relationship among all the issues it's the system. And family violence is a piece of that we are seeing in other with the jail population in particular.
Yes. And lastly, I would like to applaud you all and tell you have a cause for celebration too, because through this grant, Mary Ann actually received the 2021 Civilian of the Year Award in Rowlett at our recent awards banquet. which is voted on by all of the police officers and all the employees at the department. So she won that award in her first year on the job. So thank you very much.
She does amazing work.
And Marion came to y'all via New Jersey, right?
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you very
much.
much. Thank you, Chad.
All right, this takes us back to our presentations. Commissioner Koch has asked, since we do have a suspended agenda, that we take his presentation on underreporting hate crimes next, then we'll go back to the order with power pool being after this one. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. I greatly misestimated the time that it would take, so I apologize for being wrong about how long y'all would wait. I want to thank our presenters here today for coming to discuss the underreporting of hate crimes. It's an issue that affects many Americans in myriad ways, all of it deeply intertwined with deep and powerful emotions. We should sympathize with the victims. We should be outraged at those that commit the crimes. We should not allow apathy to set in when we look at the size and the long history of these problems. But we cannot be part of the solution without the data. So as policymakers, if we're going to solve the problem, or at least begin to chip away at the problem, we need to understand the size and the nature of the problem. So here today to discuss that with us is Joel Schweitzer, the Regional Director of the American Jewish Committee in Dallas. With him is Humaira Khan, the National Muslim Jewish Advisory Council member. Rami and Jenna Jabara, they are part of the Khalid Jabara Foundation. Harriet Whiting is here with us, a member of the Muslim Jewish Advisory Council and the president of the AJC here in Dallas. And Mohammed Biari is here. He's the chairman emeritus of the Muslim Jewish Advisory Council. Mr. Schweitzer is going to present here first. He has worked in the nonprofit management and fundraising arena for nearly 25 years. He joined AJC in 2015 in the Dallas Regional Office in that capacity. Mr. Schweitzer guides the advocacy, leadership development, and fundraising efforts. He has provided testimony on family separation to the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, worked to build several diverse coalitions, including the Community of Conscience, the Jewish Latino Alliance, and the DFW Muslim Jewish Advisory Council. Prior to joining AJC, Mr. Schweitzer spent time providing professional leadership to numerous Jewish organizations, including Hallel, the Jewish Federations of Dallas, and the Durham, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and the Anti-Defamation League. He holds a BA in psychology from the University of Arizona. He also serves on the Texas Advisory Committee to the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition, has chaired Leadership and Communication Subcommittee of the Dallas Task Force on Welcoming Communities and Immigrant Affairs, working to ensure that Dallas has met the standards to become certified as a welcome community. So all this work and all this knowledge is here for us today, and I thank you for that, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for listening to our presentation, and Commissioner Koch especially for inviting us to speak today. You may recall these conversations really started shortly after the January 15th anti-Semitic act of terrorism, where thankfully no one was harmed except for the perpetrator right here in our neighboring community of Colleyville. The American Jewish Committee has been for 116 years a human relations and advocacy organization with a mission to enhance the well-being of the Jewish people and to enhance human rights or advance human rights and democratic values across the United States and around the world. And we thank you for the opportunity to do it here locally today. One of the ways that we advance our advocacy objectives is through the building of coalitions. And as you mentioned, one of those coalitions is the Muslim Jewish Advisory Council, which is the auspices in which we're here today. This council was convened in 2017. And it's one of 11 regional affiliates of the National Muslim Jewish Advisory Council, which was founded the previous year. It brings together leaders from both communities, there we go, to advocate on domestic issues of shared concern. These include the accurate reporting of hate crimes, and we were very proud to see the Jabara Hire No Hate Act passed last year as part of the COVID-19 Hate Crime Reporting Act, and we'll hear from members of half of that law's namesake family shortly. We advocate for the free practice of religion and also for promoting the contributions of religious minorities to American society. This advocacy to elected officials is further supplemented by initiatives that bring our communities together in a visible way, like our annual iftar, which is actually tonight. If anyone would like to join us in Keller, we're going to hear from Rabbi Charlie. We're going to hear from leadership of national Muslim and Jewish organizations, and we're going to be breaking the Ramadan fast with a kosher for Passover meal. So it really is a unique opportunity of community building and fellowship tonight. We also participated as subgrantees of an initiative called TACKLE, and my friend and colleague Humera Khan from the National Muslim Jewish Advisory Council, as well as an organization called Muflahan, is going to come and discuss that a little bit.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having us here and for this opportunity to talk about our initiative.
Assalamu alaikum. Will you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Wa alaikum assalam. My name is Humera Khan. I'm a member of the National Muslim Jewish Advisory Council. My day job is actually as the president of an organization called Muflihun. So Muflihun is a resource center, and we are really at the nexus of society, security, and technology, which really means that what we bring to the table is subject matter expertise, do capacity building, and data sciences. So those are the three things we bring together. And our work is only possible through partnerships of various types. And what we talked about, what Joel already mentioned, which is the Muslim Jewish Advisory Council, but also the TACKLE program. So the TACKLE program, it's a training. It's an upstandard training, and this was done in partnership with AJC and regional Muslim Jewish Advisory Councils, 11 of them across the country. And this training is for elected officials, for their staffers, for district attorneys, business leaders, law enforcement, school superintendents, principals, really the leaders who guide our communities. And we want to actually thank Commissioner KOCH, because your staff member, Lauren Trimble, also attended when we had our Dallas cohort. And the objective of TACKLE is to raise awareness at the leadership level of the threat of domestic terrorism and targeted violence. And by targeted violence, we're talking about hate crimes, we're talking about mass casualty shootings, we're talking about school shootings. So, but we don't just, that's at the macro level. But we're not just telling people, like, here's what you to be afraid of. What we're also raising awareness of is what's the solution. So at the meso level, what is it that we have to do? So we take a public health approach for primary prevention of violence, and it's how communities can build their local prevention frameworks. We were very fortunate that before us, the three presentations were talking about secondary prevention, intervention techniques. And we're talking about, well, how can a local community build a primary prevention framework that is integrated with secondary prevention and also tertiary prevention? And then at the individual level, what can people do? How can they be upstanders in each and every one of their roles and capacities? So TACKLE was actually funded by a DHS grant from 2020. And the curriculum is actually approved by DHS itself. And we have so far trained over 150 leaders across the country and across 12 different states. And what we have seen is that after our training, their skill level rose from, before the training, about 50% of them felt they knew what to do if they're facing a situation. After the training, we found that over 80% felt that they now had the skills to actually manage issues as they're coming up. Again, really, how do you do prevention, understanding risk factors and protective factors? And we've had 2 of our trainings in Dallas, 2 cohorts in Dallas, and we would really encourage having more trainings in Dallas. Because one thing that we realized, again, through this training is that before the training, there's about 10% or less than 10% of the leadership who understands the nature of the threat. Right? So if you have to understand what it is, so you can really work towards a solution. And we really commend your leadership in actually being so forward-thinking and recognizing and moving in that direction. So as I mentioned before, TACKLE is built on the principle of partnerships because they make us stronger, multi-stakeholder partnerships. And we, in the Dallas cohort, we were very fortunate to meet Jenna and Rami Jabara from the Jabara Family Foundation. And their story moved us. It moved all our participants. But it also was a really stark reminder of why we do what we do. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time and your attention, and I will turn it over to Jenna Jabara. Thank you.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Good morning, and thank you all for having us here. My name is Jenna Jabara, and this is my husband, Rami. And we are both attorneys in Dallas. We live in East Dallas with our 3-year-old daughter. The picture that you see on the screen this morning is from our wedding, December 31st, 2015. It's taken not far from here at the Melrose in Dallas. This is one of my favorite pictures of Rami and his siblings. It's also probably the last. Like every bride, I'm sure that my wedding was the best. It was New Year's Eve. We threw a great party. We had Arabic dancing. Everybody had a lot of fun. Rami's Lebanese. They fled the civil war in Lebanon in 1984 when Rami was about 6 months old, coming to the U.S. for safety. We're incredibly proud of his heritage. Our 3-year-old proudly declares on a regular basis that she's from Lebanon. What you don't see in this picture is that just over 3 months before, my mother-in-law was run over in her suburban Tulsa neighborhood by her next-door neighbor, nearly killing her while she was out walking, talking on the phone with Rami about our wedding plans. You don't see the frenzied drive that Rami and I made to Tulsa that night from Dallas. And you don't see my mother-in-law's bruised body in the ICU that night when we arrived just after midnight. You also don't see that just over 8 months after this picture was taken, my brother-in-law Khalid, who's on the right, was murdered on the front doorsteps of the home that he shared with my in-laws in Tulsa by that same next-door neighbor. You don't see the bullet hole that's still in the door frame of my mother-in-law's house. You can't hear the derogatory slurs that the man used when talking about my in-laws, the fixation he had on the fact that they were Lebanese, to their faces, to the police, and to just about anyone who would listen. And you can't see the way that our lives have forever been changed every day since.
Thank you, and my name is Rami Jabara. I'm the brother of Khalid Jabara, and as you know and as you just heard, he was murdered in a hate crime in Tulsa for being Arab American. And the thing about that picture is when it was taken in the midst of everything that was going on, we weren't really able to wrap our heads around the fact that we were also in the midst of an ongoing hate crime. Jenna and I were both Dallas lawyers. Since law school, we've been trained to issue spot, assess, identify. But in this situation, we couldn't really identify what was happening to us and our family. We know that Khalid was murdered in a hate crime in Oklahoma, that my mother was attacked in a hate crime. We know that because the district attorney charged those crimes and got convictions against the perpetrator. But one thing is very confusing is Khalid's murder doesn't show up in any federal hate crime data or reports. His murder was reported around the world whenever it happened and subsequently after for being a hate crime, but it doesn't show up in the statistics. Same thing for Heather Heyer. She was killed exactly 1 year later in Charlottesville, Virginia for a hate crime. And her death is not reported in the federal hate crime statistics. So you have to ask yourself, if these don't get counted, what is getting counted? So last May, as you've already heard, the Jabara Heyer No Hate Act was signed into law by President Biden, which is a great step in the right direction. It seeks to improve hate crime reporting. It establishes grants for hate crime, hate-related hotlines, training for police departments, for district attorney's office like District Attorney Crusoe's office. And it's really just kind of common sense in this modern world that we live in with data. If we don't have accurate data, how can we even understand the extent of the problem that we're facing? How can we even begin to solve it? And the last thing I'll say is, as two lawyers, we didn't really understand how to address this issue. We got a protective order. We called the police. We did everything we could, but that was it. We weren't able to locate community resources or people that were trained in these kinds of issues. When somebody's spewing hate, your next door neighbor's spewing hate against your family over a course of a few years. So communities need resources that are accessible, approachable. Law enforcement needs training. District Attorney's Office needs training. Getting ahead, again, going back to District Attorney Crusoe's, getting ahead of the problem, like he said. And these gaps, these issues are obviously, they're not unique to Oklahoma. They exist all over the country. So I'm going to turn this over to Harriet.
So we've heard a little bit about how hate crimes impacted one family. I want to broaden it a little bit and discuss what we found in our annual State of Anti-Semitism in America report on how it's impacting the Jewish community, and then we'll pivot and talk about how it's impacting the community at large. So I'm just going to touch on a few of the highlights. We have extensive results of this survey on our website, which I'd invite everyone to see. That's ajc.org. One of the questions we asked was, over the past 5 years, have any Jewish institutions that you're affiliated with been targets of anti-Semitism? And we found that 24% of American Jews reported that, yes, an institution with which they affiliate has been targeted by anti-Semitism, and that could look like anti-Semitic attacks, like we saw in Colleyville. It could be threats or graffiti. And 24% seems very high, and it is. But one thing I'd like to point out is when your synagogue receives an anti-Semitic threat, or someone breaks a window, or you get a letter in the mail to the rabbi, it's not exactly common practice for the congregation to then send an email out to the entire mailing list. So chances are excellent that things are happening that are not reflected in these numbers. That's just the percentage of people that is aware of it. We also asked over the previous year, I'm sorry, it's not, there we go. Now I advanced twice. In the previous year, have you been the target of an anti-Semitic bias incident? And nationwide, we found that 3% indicated they had been the victim of an anti-Semitic physical attack, 17% a remark in person, and 12% online. We were able to actually disaggregate the data into census regions, and in the South, that 3% doubles. 6% of American Jews in the southern portion of the United States reported being the victim of anti-Semitic physical attacks. And what we're finding is American Jews are changing their behavior out of fear or concern for anti-Semitism. 17% have avoided certain places, events, or situations out of fear for anti-Semitism. But among the Orthodox community, it's 43%. Nearly half of Orthodox Jews are avoiding places because they're concerned about anti-Semitism. 22% avoided making themselves visibly identifiable as a Jew out of fear of anti-Semitism. In the South, it's over a quarter, it's 26%. Among conservative Jews, it's nearly a third. And 25% refrain from posting anything online that might reveal that they're Jewish or their views on Jewish issues. Altogether, anti-Jewish incidents comprise over 55% of religiously motivated bias incidents, and that relates to 8.7% of all U.S. hate crimes. So we are 2 out of every 100 Americans, but 1 out of every 11 bias incidents target the Jewish community. Of course, the largest targets of bias incidents are the African American community. And as we see just in the previous year, It rose in 2019 from just over 1,900 hate crimes perpetrated due to anti-black bias. It went up to over 2,800, nearly 3,000 the subsequent year in 2019. We also saw between 2019 and 2020 a significant increase in anti-AAPI hate incidents. And this was, if you'll recall, the huge spike in anti-AAPI incidents actually happened in 21. So these will be factored into the figures that the FBI releases this fall. So the rise in hate crimes is unmistakable. Typically, in an average year, between 7,500 and 8,000 hate crimes a year are reflected in the FBI's Uniform Crime Report. However, the Bureau for Justice Statistics estimates that the real number of hate crimes perpetrated each year is over 200,000. And it's been said both by Commissioner Koch and by Rami during these remarks, but I feel it can't be stated enough. We cannot effectively combat a problem if we don't know the extent of it. And speaking of not knowing the extent of it, and this brings it back to our local community, to Dallas County, here is a list of all the cities in Dallas County that over the last 3 years on record, 2018, 19, and 20, reported either 0 hate crimes or failed to report in at least 2 of all 3 years. And you'll see most of the cities in the county on here. I will also emphasize that when a city does report, they're typically reporting 1 or 2. The big exception to that is Dallas itself. Dallas proper tends to report about 3 dozen every year. And
Mr. Schwartz, is it Schwartz?
Schweitzer, yes.
Schweitzer, I'm sorry. The Southern Poverty Law Center gives us a lot of these numbers, and they are historically and have been for the past, ever since almost its existence, underreported. And it's interesting when you look at Texas, you look at this region, and it's similar to our right care team. You know, it's about how our law enforcement agencies even beginning to deal with these calls when they're summoned with regards to that. I've had this challenge before, and again, I keep up through the Southern Poverty Law Center what's going on. And in fact, it's interesting because I'll make a presentation later. But it begins, as the Jabbar's talked about, with speech. And one of the things we don't do, and I'm coming up on the 30th anniversary of a presentation I'm going to make to this court with regards to speech. And we don't recognize speech as the igniter in terms of culture, mindset, and dealing with what eventually becomes crimes in the broader neighborhood. But in employment, workforce, jobs, that sometimes is an incubator and a genesis for what we see in the community.
100%. And I want to also recognize, you mentioned the role that Texas plays, and it does have an outsized role in this. In fact, I have, both in 2019 in the Dallas Morning News and in 2020 in the Austin American-Statesman, had op-eds talking about the outsized role that Texas plays in underreporting. Usually in a given year, 15 to 17% of the large cities that fail to report or report 0 are in Texas. So I want to hand it off to Harriet now.
Good morning, I'm Harriet Whiting. In the past, we have met with mayors, city managers, police chiefs, and district attorneys. It appears that the municipal officials are wary of the stigma associated with high numbers of hate crimes. And the district attorneys are afraid adding a hate crime designation would make it harder to convict the crime. Thank you.
We'll entertain any additional questions or comments at this time, and I think actually Rami and Jenna are going to talk a little bit about the grants that are newly available through Jabara Hire.
So this is where you all can come in. or where we think you all can come in. We're grateful that the 2023 federal budget that was recently approved includes allocations for Department of Justice and their Office of Justice programs for state and local governments to improve hate crime data and reporting, provide resources to victims, offer training for law enforcement and DA's office, and also engage at-risk communities and youth. There's been $5 million dedicated to the Jabara Hire programming to support state and local law enforcement agencies. It will also include creating hotlines, right? There's domestic violence hotlines, there's all kinds of hotlines. So here is another hotline where somebody like our family could have called and said, this feels a little funny, I don't know what's going on, what do I do? Another $5 million will go towards youth-focused hate crime prevention and intervention. That's a separate funding source through the DOJ. And then $10 million is part of the Shepherd Bird hate crimes prevention programs, which includes outreach to at-risk communities, district attorneys, and others. So I really encourage you all, along with our state government, nonprofits that are doing this type of work already, to keep an eye out for that funding because it will be available. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that you're saying. And I think it is particularly meaningful in this calendar year when Ramadan, Passover, and Easter all seem to coincide at the, and that it's just that recognition that it is all of our belief in an environment that is supportive, respectful, loving, that it all come together at one time. But that does not mean that you lower your vigilance, because these numbers are astounding. And when I look at the number of cities not included there, which means that those probably do have incidences where hate crimes have been reported. And that's very, very sobering. So thank you for bringing all this forward.
You're welcome.
And for us to continue the efforts that.
Mr. Schweitzer, I guess at the end of the day, well, what's very obvious, and you talked about the Bird Act and what happened in Jasper and all, which was very, and the Shepherd case. I mean, we all know it. And again, and those of us who read that Southern Poverty Law Center piece, we know African Americans are the #1 target.
Yes.
But it's still the failure on the part of this country and individuals to recognize that and begin to create, as you said, policies and hotlines on how you deal with it. Law enforcement has no training. We're still trying to get law enforcement just to, while we appreciate the Right Care Act, but they cannot appreciate the right kind of care for citizens that historically have been targeted and is validated in terms of being targeted. I talked about a few minutes ago, Ramadan Mubarak and Sister Rifat Ramadan Kareem and what all is going on in the Muslim community as they are now having to basically embode their security, around the mosque. And by the way, I have one of the largest mosques, you talk about in Colleyville, is in DeSoto. Building one of the largest mosques around. So I recognize that. I spend a lot of time with Juma and going into the communities. But there is no real recognition. Sister.
Thank you actually for raising that. One of the things that we cover very specifically in the tackle training is awareness of the narratives and the tropes which are used to incite violence. So we are raising awareness of what are anti-Semitic tropes, anti-Muslim bigotry, what's used, anti-Black tropes which are used, and also against Asians. So very specifically, we are raising awareness because, as you said, it starts with language before it escalates. And so even the recognition that something is happening, and then how do you get support, not just for the victim community, but also for the circumstances which create vulnerability in the perpetrator. Because what we're trying to do is prevent an escalation. And the sooner we can deal with risk factors, so we can mitigate risk factors and really enhance protective factors, and that's for everyone, we actually end up with a safer society. And that's something which is essential, because the more we can prevent, so that we can reduce the referrals which are needed into our secondary intervention programs, into having the need to even call in law enforcement, right? Because there is not just that hate crimes, any sort of violence is not an overnight thing. There are weeks and months and sometimes years of escalation before it becomes an actual crime which then law enforcement gets involved in. So we have, as a community, as a society, we have opportunity, ample opportunity to do something. And as Jenna talked about the DOJ money coming in, there's already existing money coming, for example, from DHS. Our program was supported from a DHS grant, which is out every year, including this year, but that's done in partnership with the locations, with the counties, so that we can provide training and actually raise the awareness level. Because once you know, then only can you start working towards what's next. And that's something which we are all dedicated to, right? Security, safety for all of us. Thank you.
Rami, if I could, I think you're very fortunate to have such a fierce warrior for a wife. And I think we are very fortunate, and Jenna, and I think we are very fortunate as a community that you're a brave young man. I mean, I'm getting older, so I can get by with saying that. You're a brave young man who had unspeakable tragedy fall on your family, but you're standing up and you're using it for good so that it protects others from having this happen. I know sometimes when evil happens, we look back in hindsight, but the evil is the fault of the evildoer. It's not anyone else's fault in your family that this happened to them. And I think you're very brave to be here today and to speak up. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners.
Well, no, thank you for your presentation. Obviously, hate crimes are crime against minorities, and you're right. It is the language, you know, when we saw Latino hate crimes, invasion, Mexicans at the border here every day, you know, and well, thank you for the call to action, because that's what is important. I mean, we can talk about it all day long and we can see the results, which are always daunting, but the reality is, what do we do differently to change that? So thank you for sharing, you know, this presentation. Thank you, Commissioner Koch, for bringing it forward. And well, hey, we know what we have to do. Let us see how we can figure out.
Thank you. Please consider AJC and the Muslim Jewish Advisory Council as resources and partners to you as you create your action plan, as you apply for some of the grants that Jenna spoke about. We want to lock arms with our community elected leaders and help really make this, continue to make this a great community to live in and to enhance that.
But Dr. Martin Luther King says, everybody wants to talk about I have a dream. He said, evil persists when good men and women do nothing.
Amen.
That was the exact point that I wanted to say. Thank you, Commissioner Koch, for bringing this forward and reminding us of the responsibility that we have as elected officials, as individuals, to not be that silent voice. So thank you so much, and thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Judge,
our next presentation is from the Public Power Pool.
We already have it, and we've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, Judge, I hear you, and I think
we don't need it.
We don't need. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I think we've been briefed. We've been briefed by him. We've read it. I mean, most of us asked questions last week, and so.
Yep. We know the
David,
players.
I think we should sit down. It sounds like they may be voting for our green energy lab.
Well, did you have anything to add is the only question.
Well, can you hit the high points for the public? I think it's important that they know, you know, what we're proposing here, and, you know, financially what the difference is, and certainly the factors regarding risk, and how entering into this in this manner is a great way to mitigate risk while still being able to achieve a very noble goal.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, my name is David Quinn. I'm the Program Manager for Public Power Pool. Just by way of background, we're a 501c4 political subdivision corporation founded partly by Dallas County back in 2002. Dallas County has always had representation on the P3 board, currently with Judge Jenkins. We have saved over $160 million against market. For Dallas County, the savings have been about $10.8 million to date. We are in the process of initiating or re-kickstarting our procurement process, given the availability of rates that we have sent out to all members. We had sent out a procurement proposal on February the 15th that identified ceiling rates that we would have to attain in order to be able to do a deal. And we had also included in that a proposal for the purchase of green energy should Dallas County want to go 100% renewable for purchasing green. There are several different ways of doing this. In the past, we've purchased renewable energy credits for P3 members that wanted to green up their energy source. That continues to be an option. We're also investigating the opportunity of what we call a sleeved PPA structure, whereby we would work through an existing retailer to negotiate a deal directly with a renewable generator. And we're in the process of exploring options, and we'll be communicating to members as we go through this process on our technical committee calls and also directly with P3 board.
Thank you. I tell you what, we've got to get some votes done before Dr. Garcia leaves in 30 minutes, so I appreciate that. If we need anything more on that, we will let you know. Let me run us through these votes as quickly as I can. Is there, you can sit down. Is there a motion on the consent agenda absent sheriff's personnel?
Well, okay.
Let's do the presentations after she votes. We're going to lose a member.
Okay.
So let's go through our votes quickly. Is there a motion on sheriff's personnel? I'm sorry, on everything but sheriff's personnel on that.
Consent agenda
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is
I
there a
move
motion?
sheriff personnel.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Abstain.
I'll abstain as well. Next are the bids. Is there a
Call, please. Just because that was a, could you please call the vote? Announce the vote, just so we make sure.
Okay, the vote was 2 to 1 to 2. So 2 for, 1 against, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we got the record right.
And next we have the bids. Is there a motion on the bid? Oh, you want to vote against one of the bids?
I'm going to vote against one. I'll just vote no. I mean, you don't have to pull it out.
Is there a second?
Yes, very excited about this one, is the Teslas that we have been talking about when we talk about, you know, what the great job our automotive service center is doing and our environment, just plain and simple. You know, having these cars is a great plus.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One opposed on 3 on the bids. L3, hell no. And the problem is, as I said, the only reason I think Tesla is out there is because the others are not tested, and Tesla is, since 2012, I've been told by Mr. Hooper, and the others are trying to get the market, so I vote no on L3 only. Okay.
All right. Next, we'll consider our court orders M1 through 48, addendums 49 through 52, pulling 2, 4, 6, 7, 15, 50, 51, and 52 for separate votes.
I put back number 50, Judge.
No, but I
Pull it too?
let's see, hold on.
You didn't pull 51. I
pull
pulled
50.
50.
No, 15.
Yeah,
You said
15's out.
15.
15's out, yeah.
All right, well, let me say those again then. Everything pulling 2, 4, 6, 7, 15, 51, and 52 for separate votes. Is there a motion on that?
So moved. 51, I put it back. I pulled 51 and I put it back, so it would only be 52.
Okay, so you put back 50 and 51.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so understanding
Oh,
that.
47, did you have 47 there? Because I sent that in.
Yes, 47 he did mention.
Okay. 47 is pulled out for separate vote, so we can just talk about it briefly.
Yeah, you pulled 47.
Okay, thank
Pull it for separate vote?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you pulled it.
You pull it.
All right.
Judge and Commissioners, is 50
Let
included?
me do it,
Hold on,
Judge.
hold on. Wait. I'm sorry.
Is 50 included?
No.
You want me to say it again, guys?
Yeah.
It's everything on the agenda, pulling 2, 4, 6, 7, 15, 47, and 52 for separate votes.
So move.
And seconded by Commissioner Koch?
I'll second.
I didn't second it.
I'll second it.
Seconded
So
by
for the
Commissioner-
record on 50, can I say for the record on 50, Judge and Commissioners?
Personnel.
For the record on 50, can we change CSCD funding for security from unallocated reserves to ARP funding?
Sure. So is that a friendly amendment?
On
Yes.
50?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you accept that amendment, Dr. Daniel?
Yes.
And do you accept it, Commissioner
Yeah,
Price?
yeah, that's right.
The amendment is the one that I
Right.
gave Commissioner Price. Yes,
Right.
Dr.
That's right.
Watkins, thank
That's
you.
right.
Okay.
Well, if there's,
And just a real quick comment on 26. Where's Dr. Moore? I don't understand why a year later I only got 15% of that contract. It's okay, don't worry about it. I'm gonna go ahead on and move on it, but I want some answers about why we've only expended 15% of that contract 1 year out. And he's probably not gonna have the answer today, but this is on that fiscal consultant with Ryan White, number 26. And where, Dr. Wong, my question is, I'm just trying to figure out, we've only spent 15% of that money 1 year out. I mean, you know, are we gonna deliver it or are we gonna archive it? So that's 26. 29, I sent you an email, you and Mr. Shovelmeyer, with regards to year over year. I want to see the production in that low-income weatherization program contract year over year, metrics and appropriation and cost per unit. There's just no more. We keep getting these $1 million. I want to make sure we're servicing people. I want to make sure we got the right contractor. If it's for low-income weatherization, then I want to see what we're doing. And the court needs to see what we're doing. And I've asked for that before. So I'm going to go proceed. But we need to know how is that program producing, moving forward. I know physically they moved. I want to know what they're doing in terms of the community. Okay? You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it now. I'm just telling you. I'm not going to pull it. I'm putting it on the record. I'm going to see. Okay. And I did send an email. Okay?
And also some comments. Are you finished?
Yeah.
On item 11 that I put back, is the amendment for temporary staffing, raising their fees. I'm totally in favor of the item as it is, because, we cannot retain people right now. It's important that we pay them more. Item 11, Court Order 11. Okay. However, I do have to say that, and Mr. Reed and Mr. Martin know my feelings about this specific agency. The general pool of employees that they're bringing is not a diverse pool. I'm very, very discouraged that they only have 6 bilingual people recruited of 72 positions, and of those, they could only retain 2. That in Dallas County right now, specifically with the demand that we have in the community for services and money distribution, we need to have more than, 2 languages. I'm not saying only Spanish, so when I say bilingual, I mean multilingual personnel. Right. So with that being said, I'm going to approve it because we have to, but I have already talked to administration and Mr. Frush. Right. We will go back out as soon as this contract is over. We need a different company.
Absolutely.
That is on number 11, which was put back. On number 50, the amendment, Dr. Watkins, the language, is that I recommend that HR changes the, language and requirements for Class A to Class B for Equipment Operator 1 and Equipment Operator 2 positions, if possible.
If it does not violate text dot.
And that will be only for entry level. with the understanding that they can get their Class A license once they get experience and if they already have a Class B. And what is the other one? I think the other ones were pulled that we need to go ahead and go through it. Last but not least, the marketing, agenda item number 52. We continue to have these issues with the promptness on the message. Dr. Huang just talked today about how important it is for people to have the information as soon as possible in different languages and in different media, communication media outlets. And we need to be sure that our marketing company is on top of that. So I'm not going to pull the item because I know time is the issue when you talk about marketing and messages, and in a diverse community like Dallas County, it's very important that we have that message in different languages, but it has to be on time. It cannot be at the end of the, 1 week before the program closes, or the opportunity to be part, or the opportunity to get funds is already done. Thank you. So with that, Judge, I think I can put back 50.
I'd like to make a very quick comment.
I'm
sorry, I thought you were closing.
So, Judge, I will put 50, 51, and 52 back in the agenda, so no need to pull those three.
I've got to pull 52 because I got a bunch of speakers on that, but the other two are already in there.
Sounds good. No problem.
I just wanted to make note and recognize Alberta Blair and all that goes on in public works. In this world of ours, where there are so many crises going on, a lot of hateful discussion going on, the rest of the world continues. And in numbers 39, 40, and 41 in particular, is public works in District 1 in Garland. We continue to work with our cities to make city life what it can be, and so thank you, Ms. Blair, for continuing working with that and making sure that, in fact, we do our day-to-day job in a fractious world. So, just a recognition.
Well, it's not clear what
No. Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I guess we can move forward to the vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next before us is court order number 2, which was pulled by Commissioner Price. So will someone else move that?
I move approval.
All right.
Second.
All right, moved by Dr. Garcia and seconded by Dr. Daniel. You wanna give it?
Well, my problem is we're asking on M2 to approve 5 clinician grade 1 and 2s, grade GM for CSCD with an estimated cost of $511,000, and that includes benefits. First, I want to address this court order because the court is told that, the approval of this court order with these 5 new clinician positions is warranted because CSCD, the Assessment, Treatment, and Research Services Division, has 11 clinicians performing ATRS evaluations. Now, the monthly pandemic evaluations prior to March 1st, 2020 required CSCD's range. They were from 300 to 310 per month, and it was resulting in an average caseload of about 28 cases per staff. Now, since, this pandemic, what has happened is these evaluations, and I know Mr. Arnold is here today, Mr. Patrick is here today, to talk about the decrease on an average to 460 a month. This results in CSCD's inability to keep up with the number of inmates in their current queue waiting for an evaluation, which is approximately 160 per month. Second, one of the things that, we are talking about, and we haven't gotten to the 6 yet, but is basically talking about adding another 1 million people. I just want to talk about the fact that I am told by staff that these expenditures are lawful but the outlay of taxpayers' money, because these positions will be funded from funds that we've received Dallas County under the American Rescue Plan grant. The belief is informed by the guidance that's given to us in accordance with the U.S. Treasury FAQ 2.19 that addresses the court's backlog. And one of the things that's bothering me is that the inability of the courts to safely operate during the COVID-19 pandemic, which decreased the government's ability to administer service. I am going to talk about the opposition because I don't believe that it's warranted because of COVID-19 pandemic. My opposition to the court order is simply based upon, yet profound, that Frank Crowley court judges must return to work. This county is drowning in pending felonies and misdemeanor cases, and both on bond and those in jail. On March the 1st, 2020, Dallas County had 13,412 active pending misdemeanor cases and another 11,294 active pending felony cases that have a grand jury file date of March 2020. So as of April the 7th, 2022, Dallas County currently has 22,452 active pending misdemeanor cases and 21,642 active pending felony cases that have a grand jury filing of April 7, 2021 or before. Folks, that is close to 45,000 pending criminal cases. And further concern, the county, the lieutenant governor has asked as part of the Senate interim finance charge for the 87th legislative session that has targeted Harris, Dallas, and Tarrant County by focusing on caseloads and case disposition. And this morning, I think Ms. Jefferson is here, but I've asked them to retrieve information about pending criminal cases since COVID-19. Just for clarification, the relevant time period for these cases will be March the 20th to April the 21st. After establishing the active pending cases over a year old on March 1st, 2020, and as of the pandemic baseline, we're looking at approximately 45,000 cases. And subtracting that from our current total, Dallas County is currently backlogged with 9,000 misdemeanor cases and 10,348 felony cases. And that's over a year old, minus the current baseline. Thus our backlog, you've all heard me say here, we established a backlog court because of 10,000 cases. No, it's not 10,000 cases. It's 19,388 cases as of April the 7th, 2022. 19,000. That's double the cases. So I rise in opposition to this expenditure. I mean, we like 253 other counties in this state. We have an obligation, and that's when I asked Ms. Jefferson to be here, to dispose of 90% of our criminal cases certified in a defined 5-year period. This is an obligation that we have to meet and face the possibility, if we don't meet it, we will lose between $40 and $50 million in criminal justice fraud from the governor's office. So as such, the current 5-year period disposition that we are presently working on from January 2016 to December 2020, and as of April 17, 2022, we stand at, Ms. Jefferson, 87%. Where is she? 87% disposition. And we must dispose of 565 cases a week to meet the August 1st, 2022 deadline that is set by the Department of Public Safety.
And Commissioner Price, where are we on pace right now?
Well, we're on case right now. I'm struggling to understand that we get these 12 new positions, the 5 in ATRS, that at the end of the day, we'd have to do approximately 565 cases a week.
Yeah.
We're less than 100 though right now.
We're less than 100.
Yes.
Exactly. And Commissioner Price, we get it and we understand you and we all, I speak for everybody here, agree with you. But what do we do to change the mechanics of
But we
this?
don't kick the can down. We don't keep kicking the can down the road.
Well, I mean, if we don't put these positions and help the judges, I mean, obviously, I think
you can't help them. You move them from physical. You move them from a physical jail to electronic jail.
And we are trying to work with them as close as we have. I have to tell you, the CJAP subcommittee met. We met with, corrections. We met with pretrial. We met with Dr. Watkins. We met with Judge Hall. I think that the call to action that this court has given to the judges, you need to go back to physical, you need to go back to move more cases, is there. Yeah. Now, my job as a commissioner is to help them as much as I can.
You cannot help them by being complicit. Justice delayed is justice denied.
Commissioner, exactly. And I feel sorry for the people that are in jail that, are not being able to move through the system because they say they have the need for more people to help.
But that's not true. You just move. Look, if I saw dispositions, I would be up on the cheering squad. Well, you're moving them from jail, from a physical jail to electronic jail. That's all you're doing.
Well,
otherwise they stay in jail.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like we're going to get an agreement up here on this. But I think everyone knows the issue, so are we ready to vote on this?
Let me say part of that responsibility is hitting on every handle that we have. And there are a lot of people in this room who are working with the judges. Not always successfully. I appreciate that. But are there other things that we can be doing?
What? Tell me.
And this is the kind of thing, is looking at other parts of the system where, in fact, we do have a lever to push.
Yes.
And let me say this. This is the situation that I'm in, right? I look at this, my son goes and breaks the window. I got to fix the window, right? I can't sit there and wait for him to do it, right? So the judges absolutely have broken our criminal justice system by not working. They have broken it. Your premises are completely correct. We stand to lose $40 to $50 million in grants because of their inaction. We're in that situation, but we look at what we're being asked to do here today. We've got the mess. This saves us a little money. We get these people out on electronic monitoring. It's a couple dollars versus 60 some odd dollars a day having them in there. Now, I know that keeping people in jail would keep the pressure on the judges a little bit more. But is that the humane thing to do? Is that the fiscally responsible thing to do? For my point, I can't. I don't think that's the right thing. But in absence of continued pressure on the judge, then we are truly doing wrong. So if we go and just fix the window and pat him on the head and let him go along and don't hold him responsible, then absolutely we failed. But we've got to fix the window and we've got to go and make sure that everyone knows that it is broken because of them, 100% them. And we are spending another $500,000 because of them. We stand to lose $50 million because of them. That's it.
And that's the argument, Commissioner. We have a backlog of 19,000 people. You know the conditions in the jail. We know the judges are not working. Am I going to lose $40 million for saving 500,000? No.
It's not about that. It's about being complicit. It's about sitting there and, he uses the window breaking deal. But just because you're letting your kids smoke whatever they're smoking in the house, you're being complicit.
All kinds of things.
Yeah, well, I understand. But my point is you're being complicit with that. And the thing is that, I met Mr. Patrick is here. He needs some more people. You can do the evaluations. But this we ain't even done 6. We're on 2 still. Okay? So, and the thing is, are you kidding me? All you're doing is shifting them around. And the difference between ELM and the $60 we would supposedly let people out. And again, all we're doing is shifting jails. That's all we're doing. What's the cost on ELM? ELM, let me tell you what ELM is costing.
$89.
It's $8.25 for Dallas County.
Beg your pardon?
$8.25.
No, but we've spent $15 million. We spent $2,600,000 on ELM. Is that correct? $2,600,000.
What you looking at, Commissioner?
I'm
Is that
looking
what I
at
sent
the
you?
2021, February 2021, March 2022. I'm showing days in jail. I'm showing daily costs of the people in jail, and I'm total, I guess the bed saving dollars. So $426,000 is what we're talking about.
But the question, the real question is, do we continue to tell the judges, go ahead and move cases? Or we do something? And here all the different departments are moving. I mean, Commissioner, all this morning, we have here people that are doing different things, thinking out of the box to change, what we can change as human beings, and elected officials, as people that work in government. This is something we need to do. I agree with you completely that we shouldn't. But am I, like Commissioner KOCH, rightly say, are we risking to lose the big amount of money and the whole picture for a small part? And my point is, the conditions and the jails are terrible.
I brought forth to this court showing you ELM for nonviolent offenders, DWI, possession of controlled substance, theft, marijuana.
Do we want them in jail?
No. But they're using ELM.
Yes, electronic monitoring.
No.
They're misusing it, 100%. Yeah, I mean, they should, change their
Nobody disagree with you,
prioritization in such a way to
It's just
to make it more effective.
So we're just widening the net. The judiciary, they don't get any more responsibility. We just widen the net. Here's another safety net.
We're absolutely held hostage by the judiciary, but we can, we can do one of two things. We can relieve some of the pressure on CSCD, right? Because they're being held hostage right now by the volumes that they have to deal with.
Correct.
So we can alleviate their problems, and it stinks. Yeah, it absolutely stinks. I'd much rather be able to put it all on the judiciary, but they're separate sovereigns, and they have continued to play chicken with us. I mean, they're not blinking, and fortunately, the state Senate's taking this up, and they may face some serious repercussions when they start doing that analysis, comparing Tarrant and Harris to us, because we are absolutely failing.
Collin County, we got to meet 90%. Collin County's at 91%. Tarrant County is at 90%. El Paso's at 91%. Harris County is 91%. Travis County is 89%. And the only two people who seem to be flagrant is Bexar County and Dallas County. And our projection date is August 22. And at 565 cases, if we work 24 hours a day, can't get there.
Yeah.
We all agree?
Okay.
I don't want
Call
that
the
to be in my
Call the
conscience.
question.
All right, so question's been called. If there's no further comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, nay.
So that motion carries 4-1. Next before us is court order number 4. Is there a motion on 4?
So move. Hold on.
Just a quick clarification, also included in the renewable energies with some of these providers is nuclear.
You can stay, we've got to move along. You can sit back down.
So move.
Second.
All right.
That's kind of rude, but oh well.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries unanimously. Next is 6. Same argument.
Same argument. Ain't no need of going through it. Somebody else needs to move it.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay.
I'm going to abstain on this for the reason that, although I want to relieve pressure on you, I am concerned by the people that are being put on electronic monitoring that maybe don't even need to be on electronic
It's a ton of them. All you got to do is do
so
the
a little
assessment.
abstain on that. Next is 7.
7 is the Public Defender's Office Mental and Health Expansion. I move.
Second.
I don't think we pull it.
No, I didn't think we pulled it either.
That's all right.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Segura.
Next is 15. I think Commissioner Koch have to leave the room for 15.
Yeah, y'all leave on this one, let me. 15, yeah, I know. I just gotta put some, I know. I just got it. Okay, are they both down?
Yeah, they're good.
Okay.
Let the record show that Commissioner Koch and Commissioner, and Judge Jenkins are
Judge
out of
Jenkins
the.
are out of the room. And let me just say, this has been before us, and it's been before us for some time. And while I'm going to support it today, let me put something in the record. Let me get a motion from my colleagues.
I move it.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. You know, this is a difficult issue that has been presented to us. You know, they began with the lawsuit in the county without, commenting on any of the merits of the case. Began, and the issues are that it was the authority of the governor versus the authority of local officials to manage this locally declared disaster. Now, if this lawsuit was one colleague suing another one over some kind of personal dispute, I may have a difficult feeling about the matter. But I'm going to vote to approve this item because this Commissioners Court voted to authorize the Dallas County judge to take such actions that are necessary in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Dallas County by the issuance of executive orders as necessary. The key word there is, and I want this so that the judge goes back and reads the record. I'm going to vote for it because the Commissioners Court voted. We voted. We were basically requested, and we all talked about it, and we voted to give him that. But nevertheless, I'm going to talk about why this lawsuit, and this lawsuit is pending still in the Texas Supreme Court, and it's about the authority under the Texas Disaster Act. And it's important that the judge understand when he's sued in court for exercising what he reasonably believes to be some official authority he has under state law. The decision to hire counsel is not one for him to make and to make alone. In the future, he must consult with his colleagues, keep us informed about the nature of such lawsuit, and if we're going to be asked to approve legal fee with taxpayer dollars. Therefore, I got a motion and a second. Is there any
I would
other?
also like to say just one thing. In that discussion that we've had, there was part of it being that this particular amount was for support staff, as the attorneys had already offered their services pro bono, and that is what's being covered with this amount, right?
The lead attorney for this firm, exactly,
That's
will
what
not
I
be paid
understood,
out of this funds.
which goes along with our prior discussions of this particular item. And understanding that, but then also understanding, too, the responsibility of any member of this court to include the rest of the court if there is the expectation that in the end they are complying with court or official duty responsibilities. And so that's something, too, that I know that we've also expressed concerns about. So I just wanted to get that, too, on the record. So all that being said,
Okay.
can we have a vote on this?
Just, to complement what the Commissioner Daniels just mentioned, this is by a state authority that we, follow, the vote that the power that we give the judge as, as the emergency response person. That's it.
And we have basically, by this vote, declared it was in the best interest of the general public and public health. Okay, any other questions? Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by your sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative.
Motion carries.
Motion passes 3-0. Bring them back.
At this point.
Which item?
47?
Yeah, this is something else.
So this was Commissioner Koch.
Yeah, I guess Commissioner Koch.
Koch.
I'll get back to you. Trying. We gotta wait for them to come back in.
For discussion purposes, I move to approve.
Have you moved something?
For discussion purposes,
for-
I move to approve.
47, we're ready to go.
47 is Commissioner Koch pulled.
Oh, yeah, just wanted to discuss with Dr. Wong. I mean, I know this is not allocating the funds just as of yet, but making them available. Dr. Wong, regarding our future plans in vaccination, are we going to be able to do a little bit more micro-targeting? I mean, I know that, that we've had success with, some of the pop-ups in communities. I just want to make sure that we're going to be leveraging AMR to do, more targeted vaccination events rather than, setting up the big event and no one shows up. 3 people show up and we had, 5 people on staff.
So, what's your specific question? I'm sorry.
What are we going to be? How are we going to be using? How do we anticipate using AMR going forward?
And which item? I'm sorry.
47.
47. Okay. So that we're actually keeping that available. So if there were a need, we would have that resource available. We're not planning any specific events. We would look for if there were other alternatives. Thus far, when we've had the reimbursement from the federal dollars, we've had a lot of contractors that were willing to do these services and bill the insurance and get reimbursement that way. But because we've gone through the procurement process, we wanted to keep that as another option because, again, who knows what will be happening in the next year.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Any unreadiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
You abstain. Okay, that's 4-0 with 1 abstention by Commissioner Koch. All right. 52 is before us, and we had to pick something of the elections because we have several election speakers that want to speak. So 52 is actually a contract, and I've got a couple questions on that contract, Mr. Scarpello or Sophia, if she's here. Yeah. Mainly, okay, yeah, come on down. You've given us 2 options. Does the vendor have a position that I'm just trying to understand, you've given us 2 options, one that costs less money, one that costs more money. Is the vendor of the opinion that the job can be accomplished with less money, or why do we even have 2 options? Help me understand why there's 2 options. Should have asked you ahead of time.
Yep. So the reason we wanted to put 2 options in front of you, one is because of the short time frame. And so we asked for a full-scale media buy to inform the public on how we're doing countywide polling now. Questions came up, how well would that even be received considering the short time frame? And so, apologies.
Well, but remember, you've got the runoffs on the 24th.
Yes, but you're still only talking about a month and a half. And so the question we asked was, and Mr. Scarpello and I asked was, do we do a full-scale media buy now, or do we do something a little smaller that may be much more effective at reaching the target audience, and then come back in August or September to do another one in anticipation of the general election in November? And so that's why we wanted to put the 2 options in front of you. Both of them do include reaching out to the 2,400 impacted voters from the closed locations, reaching out to them directly to let them know that their location that they voted at last time closed.
Which one do you want? What are you trying to tell us here?
Option one.
Number two.
It's up to the Commissioners Court. We wanted to give you the discretion. It is the preference of staff to go with option 2.
But 2 is more robust.
2 is more robust, okay.
Well, 1 is the more robust, option 1 is the more robust option.
Yes.
But today, but now.
You want the one that is less expensive.
That is the staff recommendation, is to go with number 2 if you're going to put it in front of us. If you're going to ask for our recommendation, number 2.
Okay.
And then, but with the understanding that we're coming back in September with another round of this before the November election.
Yeah. And do better. We've had some suggestions of people that the county could do a lot to let people know it's an election and, get people out.
Well,
because I noticed that, I know you'd find the polling place because there's 1,000 signs out in front of it, but if you don't drive down the street with the polling place, you drive one block over, you may not know it's an election if you're your average person. Okay, that's helpful.
And Judge, I would add that when vote centers when we converted over to vote centers in 2019, there was a contemplation of spending some $200,000. I think in the end, I think there was only about $80,000 spent. So what we find often is that people don't even realize we're in a vote center model. So spending a decent amount now and then even a bigger amount going into the November election is our recommendation.
Okay.
That makes eminent sense to me, good sense to me. So then I would move that we would approve option 2 at this time based on that there will be a second plan presented for late summer, fall.
Okay. So we already had a motion in a second, didn't we? Or did we not? We just had it for discussion. But she is saying 2, and she was the mover, and the seconder was who?
No second.
No second yet? Okay. Someone want to second that? Because we got a lot of speakers.
I'll second for discussion purposes only.
Okay, you're seconding option 2 for discussion purposes only. Option 2, because they've actually been flipped in one of the briefings, is the less expensive option, just for for clarity. Has the bailiff read the rules of decorum for our public speakers? I don't think you have.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. And then all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
And our first speaker today, sorry about that, Joe, is Joe Tate. Joe, come on forward.
Good morning, Judge Jenkins, Commissioner Price, Dr. Garcia in the absence, Ms. Daniels, and Mr. KOCH. KOCH, okay.
I was with watch.
I do Coke and whatever, et cetera. Thank you very much. I missed the opportunity to share with you all.
Mr. Tate, you give your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, sir. My name is
Joe's time, I think, because he said that. Yeah, he said it was 3 minutes. He didn't say anything yet.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Joe Tave. I live at 3330 Shady Hollow Court, Commissioner District 3. Thank you. I did get a chance to share with you all when the opportunity availed a few weeks ago regarding what I call a fiasco during the March 1st election. This is old information, and some of it has been dealt with, and probably more needs to be, obviously, here, because like voter confusion made me feel March 1st like I had worked 3 days, and then I didn't have, I've gotten off script here, I didn't have the clerks to conduct the election. It was both Republican and Democrat, but it was voter confusion. If anything can fix that, it'll make our jobs easier who out there in the field working with these folks when we have the election.
Time, but hang on one second. Which one were you, Joe? Which voting place?
Your location.
Oh, okay. Oh, I had this, I got off track. Thank you. Master Precinct 3003, and we vote at T.W. Brown Middle School.
Right. And how long have you been doing this?
Approximately 7 years.
Okay.
Yes, sir. 7 years.
Thanks.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
All right, thank you. We had problems with the equipment arriving late at T.W. Brown. The custodian called me, said, Mr. Tave, are we having an election today? And I said, hopefully it's there, because I like to go out the day before, get everything set up for as best I can for election day. I had 3 machines to break down. No one ever came to fix the machines, and nobody ever visited the polling site at all throughout the day. I wasn't able to conduct curbside voting because, like, the portable machine to take out, it had a cord missing from it, so we couldn't even power it up. So I had to turn away at least 2 people who requested curbside voting. Only 2 Democratic clerks showed up. There's supposed to be 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, then a co-judge. The co-judge was ill most of the day, and so the job of voting took lay on the shoulders of 2 dedicated Democratic clerks. That was all that I had all throughout the day. In essence, the Republican clerks never arrived. I made calls to the election center. The support went okay, but where are all the folks who were quite professional and astute at doing their jobs? Because, like, something has happened, and it isn't good for trying to conduct the election. Okay, training and pickup, return to the site, et cetera, went well. Messaging from the election department, both in terms of emails that I received and communication, the process was really way off. It was confusing, and doing this for 7 years, I took special note and interest in that. And then, most importantly, as I said, is that March the 1st, I have not been paid. And then one of my clerks has not been paid as of today. And so somebody needs to fix that. It's hard to get workers to work on the election day, and all the confusion makes it even more difficult.
Thank you, Joe. You're out of time, but I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Anna Green.
Good morning, Judge Clay Jenkins and Commissioners. My name is Anna Green, Election Judge. I reside at 1524 Summers Drive in Cedar Hill. I am the Election Judge on Election Day for Vote Center 3103, Bessie Coleman Middle School. Let me start out for the record. We are not happy. Payroll. As Mr. Joe Tate just stated, there are several clerks that have still not been paid. Dallas County elections should not take 4 to 6 weeks and still currently to pay any judge or clerk. Send a partial check for under $50 when they work 15 hours, which should be a check for about $200 to $300 or more. It's what happened this last election, Tuesday, March the 1st. Just not acceptable. This is not slavery, and those days are over. No one works for free. Dallas County Elections is currently using this process that everyone upstate a spreadsheet with Microsoft SharePoint, which is not an efficient system. They are pulling information from EasyVote that is outdated. Judges and clerks want their checks sent to the address on the initial application. People move addresses, changes emails, and phone numbers. Formulas are included when adding hours and funds. Formulas malfunction if someone touches them. Again, not a good system for Dallas County. Now, the old system, which makes sense for Dallas County, was efficient, timely receipt of payroll, was to verify the timesheet hours that have been added correctly and both signatures are present. Then enter the information, which updates and changes hours into Cronus and process time straight into Cronus election section by using the timesheet completed by the clerk and signed by the judge, who is entrusted to oversee the process of elections. Interesting. Equipment on election day. Michael Shapiro and warehouse staff should inspect what they expect. Not acceptable for equipment to be loaded and delivered that is missing cards and non-operational, which takes away from the voting process. Already not enough equipment for busy locations, which cause voters to wait long for express vote machines and operational DS200s, and don't forget, they forget to give us styluses. In addition, staffing clerks allotted. Not exactly where Mr. Michael Shapiro gets these numbers from, assigning 1 or 2 clerks, but not acceptable for Dallas County busy locations. Commissioner Price, Vote Center 3103, we had 455 voters last election, March 1st, 2022. Primary election and over 600 this last presidential election. We're requesting that Commissioner Price approve for Vote Center 3103 a minimum of 3 clerks to be selected by myself, Judge Anna Green, in addition to the alternate judge from the Republican Party for 2 upcoming elections. We must get this correct now for Dallas County voters before presidential election in November. In addition to that, we need to make sure that everyone has the people that they need and make sure that this equipment that a lot of our senior citizen judges are having to pick up at voting location centers, Mr. Michael Shapiro added additional equipment that's even heavier. We asked him to go back to the blue bag that all judges carry. He stated to me at a meeting, you don't carry the printer anymore, do you? That was very facetious. The impact for our disabled judges, elderly judges, we need to go back to the basics. Keep the main thing, our voters.
Thank you. Thank you. You're on time as well. Miss Diane Katsoulis.
Diane is the elder and could not attend. She has a procedure, an emergency procedure.
Oh, I hope she's okay. Miss Imelda Martin.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Imelda Martin. I'm the election judge for Mother Precinct 3106 early voting and 3100 election day. I have been election judge and clerks for the past 8 to 10 years in the premier city of Cedar Hill, Texas. First of all, we want to thank all of you for the rate increases in our pay for judges and clerks, and it was much needed and much appreciated for the service that we do. Now, one of the things that I wanted to two things I wanted to highlight today quickly before I get into one issue that I want you to walk in our shoes today is that we are not happy, but the reason is that we know that the elections department can be better than it is. The second thing is that contrary to what you've been told, that when we had the judges appreciation dinner at the Democratic Party, Mr. Scarpello attended and he answered. He listened to a lot of our concerns, but they weren't addressed. He talked about issues that they had, but there were over 100, estimated 100 to 120 judges there, and the concerns poured out that day. And it wasn't a 15-minute session. It was at least an hour with him, and they continued with Christy Noble and her co-chair of the Democratic Party a couple of hours after that. Judges were lined up. So I want to go into what happened. All of this, I have folders for each one of you, including Mr. Scarpello. And I have 7 folders prepared because when there were no trucks on the Sunday before election, the judges got out of their cars and they started talking about all the issues. So over the last couple of months, they have been emailing us They've been talking to Michelle Valentino. She has a whole lot of judges on the north side that's upset. We're on the south side. So I want to present these to you guys today. It's the detailed reports of judges who sent me emails indicating what they wanted to address today, but they couldn't attend. Now, what I want to do is take y'all through, since there are other judges speaking, take y'all through what curbside was on March 1st. Statistically, we have 6 to 8 curbsides early voting on small elections. National elections, a lot more. I'm talking about the 9 to 12 days of early voting and election day. But on just March 1st, I had 30 plus cars. I had a co-judge who did all the signing of the ballots. I started signing and couldn't sign anymore because she could not get up because of a bad hip. She's going to have surgery in July, so I hope that resolves that. But what happened was I had to do all of the curbside by myself because one of my clerks that does curbside with us, and the co-judge couldn't, had to do the express vote, and he will talk on that. He had to.
I'm sorry, but you're out of time.
Oh, okay, thank you.
But I've got all this, and we'll go over it with.
We got you.
Yes, and my statement is in here, okay?
We got you loud and clear.
All right, next is Mrs. Reginald Martin. Oh, that's my staff bad there. Okay, sorry about that.
Good morning. My name is Reginald Martin. I'm an election clerk for precinct 3106. That's at the Cedar Hill Recreation Center. And I've been an election clerk for about 8 years now. The issue that I have is that we have a shortage of people to help us in on the floor. We have issues with voters coming in when they get through inserting their ballot in the express vote, and they go to the DS-200 to place that ballot in there, it jams up, and you don't have enough people to monitor the people when they're putting the vote in, because sometimes people will vote, and they will exit the vote, and when they go to the DS-200 to put the vote in, they have not voted, because they should have printed the ballot. And when you don't have enough people on the floor to watch the voter to make sure they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and to get over to the DS-200, they got to come back. That holds up time. In addition to that, I have watched voters put their ballot in the DS-200 and they jam it in there, and it just wrinkled up. Then you got to take that ballot out. You can't get it back in. Take it to the judge for them to get another ballot. That takes up time. Then you have voters who are standing there at the express vote with their cell phones. No, you can't do this. You got to have people there. You cannot have cell phones in. Regardless of the fact, if you're greeting people at the door and there are signs posted, look, see, no cell phones, no electronic equipment. People will still come in with the cell phones. And we would just kind of remind them, you can't do this here, because they won't have the cell phones there to vote. And we tell them, you have to mark your ballot, a simple ballot on the outside. But when you don't have enough people to explain this to the people, anything can happen. I've seen people come in to put their ballot in, and they leave, and it jams up, and they're gone. And I tell people before they leave, make sure you read the message on the DS-200 that your ballot has been counted. And if that ballot does not get counted, that's a lost vote. That hurts the person who's running for the office. And that causes a problem at the end of the day when you got to reconcile all the votes, all your ballots. So my main issue is that we need to have more people on the floor to help the voters to do. So that's basically what I have to say, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, we'll get one more. Connie Cook.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Connie Cook. I reside at 933 Sleepy Hollow Drive in Cedar Hill, Texas. I serve on Election Day 2V3102, which I believe will probably be closed. It's a low voting station. My friends who are judges and early voting frequently. And I have been a judge or a clerk since we had paper books and paper ballots. And I'm not sure how many years that is. We all want these elections to be fair, lawful, and efficient. The people who work these elections care deeply about them. I'm going to speak briefly about Election Day poll book difficulties. When you're checking a person in, the response was very slow. You'd be sitting there waiting, voters looking at you, you're looking at the machine, you're waiting. The voter says something wrong. Very slow. We had some rejected vote by mail requests indicated on the electronic poll book as sent a ballot. Now, I could not resolve this situation for a retired military veteran. It was heartbreaking to me. Some EBBs had party selection glitches that could not be remedied at the time. New options on the poll book was not addressed during training. An option, for instance, to address queries to payroll via the communication sense on the payroll EBB was just didn't function at all. It didn't function not only the previous election, but the election before that. You're supposed to be able to send a message to payroll, but you never get a response. The confidence of the election worker and the voter has been seriously eroded by repeated episodes of what people have described here. And the overall effect is that workers feel disrespected and they feel defensive. Professional behavior is expected. You know, excellent customer service is expected, but it's not reciprocated. So we are not certain our guidance is correct, or sometimes no guidance at all is available. Reference notebooks that we're supposed to have and the forms in them can vary within the judges at a same location on the same day. Forms and parts are missing. We don't have availability to become familiar with these things before the election or to correct them on an election day. Their flowcharts are cumbersome. They can't be easily located. The voter is not happy to watch you go through a flowchart that takes like 3 pages. They believe you don't know what you're doing. You cannot rely on questions being answered, even on election day. You cannot rely that your technical or supply needs are fulfilled. You cannot get assistance regarding staff quality or quantity. It does not exist in real time. Payment is mysterious. There's no pay stub telling how many hours you've worked, what your deductions are for early voting. There is for election day work. Payment is late. Election workers, they're aware that because of the recent law changes, they're more legally vulnerable, but they don't have administrative support. I think these judges would contribute to improving this. That's what we're asking.
Ma'am,
thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I have 2 others who said they signed up, but their names are not on the list.
Okay. Is there any, under our rules, if anyone objects, then if you're not on the list, you can't speak. I certainly have no objection. Is there any commissioner that objects to hearing from the 2 others?
No.
Hearing none, will we read their names?
Sharon Barnes and Norma Kimbrough. Sharon Barnes is first.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Garrett Barnes. I've served 8+ years. I said 10+ years.
Ms. Barnes, what is your address?
Yes, my address, the physical address.
Yes,
She's pulling
please.
it up.
Yes,
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Physical address.
So the mailing address that we use.
Okay.
The post office box.
Okay.
2626 DeSoto 75123.
Okay.
2626. Okay, I serve at Plum Elementary. My precinct is 3106. Ms. Imelda Martin is at the Recreation Center. I'm here for suggestions for improvements. That's what my subject will be. And I'll just hit on 10 points and be done. If we could have videos of mock elections that have been successful, the group that we have here, we're seasoned people, and that's why we have the passion to come and serve to let you know what's going on. The paperwork that the judges, they're responsible for all the paperwork, and the judges' notebooks should be completed and provided to the judges at least 1 week prior to the election start for review. Now, the example of the notebook should be laid out an example for the judges, and now we have co-judges, so that they can interact when the judge has to step away to handle something else. The co-judge can come in and step in, and it's a smooth transition. Keys should be provided to the judges at training. This makes it easier for us to set up. And one of the things is that it should be mandatory and required that the judges should have less problems and equipment flow for the morning of the election. That was touched on one of the other subjects by my co-worker. There's certain things that we need in our supply box. We need to be consistent each year going forward with things that are consistent in our supply box, so when we get there, we're not fumbling and looking for what it should be. I am asking that we should have, and all of us together, a judges workshop to discuss changes and input, things that should be out, take them out, things that we should put in, be in. Judges should have a brief meeting prior to the election and get feedback for future elections. We need a flow chart that's consistent, something that if you're in classroom in driver's ed, when you get on the road, it's applicable. And one of the things to be able to distinguish, I've worked early voting. If you call me, I'm there to work, and I've worked election day. But you must understand, early voting can be 10 to 12 days, 14 hours per day, and then election day is 1 day, 14 hours. We are in need and stressing that if we could do something to bring people in, to be workers, to help this be a smooth transition for the election. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. There was another.
Norma Kimbrough was the last.
Hello, Judge Jenkins and the commissioners. My name is Norma Kimbrough. I reside at 1521 Tumble Creek Drive in DeSoto, Texas. I am an election judge. I have 2 issues to bring forward today. The first one is about pay. I received from this I do early voting, but I'm an election day judge, okay? So I received from this last election a check for $40. I proceeded to make a call to explain that I only received $40 but had worked 14 hours. After that, I received an email that said, oh, we've already mailed your check. Okay, I'm like, okay, I had to make another call. Hey, I told you I received that $40 check, but that was not enough. That wasn't the amount I should have received. So then it still took me another 2.5 weeks to get the check that I was supposed to receive. I think that's absurd. The next thing that I want to talk about is I'm an election day judge, been for 4 years, okay? So this last election, I kept emailing, kept calling, okay, where is my assignment? Where is my assignment? Never got an email, never got anything. So I went ahead and agreed to work with another judge as a clerk so that I could work, because I have a passion for this. So I had already agreed to work with that judge as a clerk. 5 days before the election, I get an email that say, you're going to be a judge. Well, that's not fair to the judge that I've agreed to work with as a clerk. So I didn't work as a judge because that was not right for me, and she didn't have other clerks to work for her. So to me, there's a big communication problems in my pay and in getting chosen. I also, they keep saying we need clerks, we need judges. Well, I'm a person that agreed to be and have been and wasn't getting the communication to be. And so that's an issue to me. And the other thing is, I tried to also go ahead, since they needed help on early voting judges, I tried to sign up for that too. Never got an email about that. So it's a big communication problem with pay and judges, and I thank you for your time.
Let me say, before we go on with this, I want to personally apologize to everyone who has not been paid yet. Although I'm not the person who does the payroll, it's just unacceptable that you have not been paid, and we're going to get that fixed just as quickly as we can. Also, before we vote, I want to get the court's sense on something. So the state pays for, I believe, 12 hours, but I know some of our election day workers in particular will show up an hour early, might have to stay an hour late, might go the day before to set their stuff up. I think they're working, and similar to how we're now paying them to train.
Yeah, we've addressed that.
That we should pay that, or did we address that at the, I've slept since the last court, did I already get the okay to pay that extra money?
Sure,
Did we?
sure
Okay,
we did.
great.
We approved
Great.
that.
Okay,
but
good.
But the thing is, Judge, and these individuals. First of all, I didn't know they were coming. Number one. Number two, they haven't said anything that I haven't already said and told this court for hours on end. Number three, it's the travesty is, and what the last young lady said, that what I've been saying. The communications is abhorrent. That's number one. Number two, the allocation is abhorrent, and then, and from a logistics standpoint, I got folks there on Sundays waiting for the equipment, and they can't get it. The days before. So, it's, the system is broken. I think that's all you're hearing here. And these are people who, like I said, came down today. These individuals came down today. I think I read, and you heard one say about this Democratic thing where they had 100 individuals talking, and there was a line to say the same thing. At what point in time, how much validation do we need to say that they need more workers, they need better communication, they need, what do they need? And again, nobody here says, oh, I was new, I've only been here a month. Even the training part, it's embarrassing. As I've told the court before, been around here 37 years. I've been through 4 elections administrative. I've never ever seen this issue, even when we've changed equipment. I don't need you to say that. Even when we've changed equipment, vote centers was new. You heard most of them out here. Nobody here say they were here less than 4 years ago. 4 years ago, this quarter, it wasn't even 4 years. Well, with vote, I guess pandemic's kind of done the memory, but 4 years ago we did vote centers. We didn't have these kind of issues, and then you hear people talk about on election day, they call for assistance if they can get through, okay? But then, they couldn't get through, number one, regardless of what designated outline, they were given. And then when they got through, because I even had staff out trying to, wait for technicians. And none of these individuals, this was in my neighborhood, whatever the school is up on the hill on 8th Street. But, they were out there. I was getting calls. I feel at peril. And I hear you pleading to this court, This court has given appropriation. We don't hire the elections administrator. There's a commission that we hired. All we do is appropriate the budget. And this court has not held back on any appropriation with regards to staff, with regards to logistics, there's nothing that this court, you heard the discussion a few minutes ago about all this, putting people in electronic monitoring jail. Hell, we put you in elections jail because we knew. I mean, we said whatever they need, let's do it. And I join my colleagues in apologizing. One of the number one complaints we get, people ain't been paid. My polling places haven't been paid. And I've asked the treasurer to make me a north-south pay with regards to workers and with regards to polling places. Because some of my largest polling places haven't been paid. So, it's, and the only way they can, and again, we got to have them make the submission, and that's the way it happens. As you said, payroll, it goes through our audit system, but it has to come through this elections department.
I'd like to add something to this because this is not the first time that we have been hearing these issues. And I know that around this table here, all of us have been involved for many years. I've been involved since the 1980s in Dallas County elections. Not always from this seat, but working to see that we can provide a process of elections and voting that is fair and accessible to all. Addressing some of these issues now, this is not the first time that we've had the discussion, and the issues are repeat issues also. And I know that, I recognize where our director is hired by somebody else, but that does not change the fact that we still rely on thousands of people to come forward on early vote and election day to provide the services that the state as well as residents of Dallas County expect. And so we will continue to talk with the elections director to look at these individual issues and to follow through with what are the plans. What are the very specific plans? Today on our agenda, it's looking at how we educate the public and election workers on elections themselves, which is an important piece. There's no doubt about that. But I also want to reiterate that we are also watching on the process. How we do business makes a difference. And that process has to be one that is clear and that is available to the people who are supposed to, in fact, implement that process for Dallas County to have the election that it needs to have, which is fair and accessible for everyone.
But I'm going to use one of my colleagues' analogy. If the window is broken,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And we repair the window, what?
Exactly.
I appreciate that analogy. You'll hear it again. But my point is, that's it. That's it. And we've been, and some of us, like you said, this clarion call has been, we've been saying it for over, not just this last election, they're talking about the March election. I said this over a year ago with city elections. Same kind of thing, polls opening late, 2 hours late, not enough workers, equipment, same thing. And I don't know why we thought it was going to be any different with this election.
Yeah, and we're letting this get a little far afield.
Yeah, okay.
From where this vote is.
Yeah, well, this is education. This is part of that education that you just talked about.
But recall that before S-52 is an advertising contract to alert people to the May 7th and, just May 7th, or is it also May 24th? May 24th elections. And so if there's no unreadiness, I'll take a vote on that with the wasn't there an amendment of something? No, with the decision to accept the lesser expensive of the two options, that's what it was.
Option 2.
Yeah, option 2, okay. And I'll move the second from discussion to second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
But I still want staff to follow through. I know my staff's done it. I want staff to follow through and figure out who has not been paid, and I still want that north-south deal. And the same thing with my polling places. You know, I still got people, I saw emails flying yesterday with regards to whether or not that check was delivered, not to the second voting place. I mean, we got this going back and forth every day. I mean, it makes no sense.
All right. This takes us to our closed session. So the closed session is to consider matters previously posted under Chapter 551 of the Government Code. Any action in that closed session will take place in a subsequent.
But y'all just gonna mess over my monkey mug, but I'm gonna let you. No, that's right. No. I want that to be I don't want nothing else to interrupt that 30th anniversary ass whooping. So we gonna pass it to next week. We'll pass it to next court.
I missed that. What's the
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay. We get it. Okay, well, let's go to closed session.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no, I apologize. No, I wasn't gonna do it after all of this. No way.
All right. Okay. Any action as a result, the closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. So in other words, if a vote's needed, it'll happen in the open session. And so if you're not here for the closed session, I'll need you to leave at this time. We'll start our closed session here in a few minutes, or a minute or two. Yeah, why don't you send it to me, because I can't find it.
You found it, Gordon? Okay.
You ready? There was no action necessary as per the closed session, so the court stands adjourned. Thank you all.